Hello and welcome to day 4. Holy, grand finals are
Holy.
here. Keen as joined in the booth by King Bobo. Bobo, how you doing this morning? Like we,
Very good, Reggie.
like
Better
we
now that
weren't
I'm with
just
you because it's quite cold and I feel like a penguin in Antarctica.
yeah.
It needs a fellow penguin to warm me up, and here you are.
Oh, lovely. First game of today. So keen. BSC versus BSC. Holy. Any
Holy.
any any predictions? Game one.
So for BCB versus BC, was it BCB versus BCA? Is that what you said?
BSC Delta versus BSC Sigma. I think
Yep.
Delta is the
The top
more
dogs.
traditional roster for BSC.
Yeah. Man, I think BCA win. Like they
You
are
reckon?
on paper the better team. Um, but these guys are, it's the same clan, so that can play a factor. And the BCB team does have some really good players
Yeah,
on there. Notably Fella, who can have big impact.
100%.
Um, you know, honestly, if BCB come in there hungrier with something to prove, and BCA kind of get caught asleep at the wheel,
Yeah.
um, we could see an upset. We could see another big town event, as you
Big
labeled it.
Town event. I'd be keen for it. I don't know if anyone, if someone in the chat can remind us what event it was that Big Town B uh, beat Big Town A, knocked them out of some tournament. I can't remember.
I feel like it was either Mason Cup 2 or the 3v3, but I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Good times, regardless.
Good times, good times.
Looks like we are pretty much ready to go. Both teams got 4 players. No, we're waiting
Launch
for
one
someone
for
from
you.
Delta. Shell's just getting trolled over here.
It's an icy morning, man.
But both teams have got 4 players. What's the hold up?
They must be waiting for me to enter
Oh, true.
the
True.
server. No, probably not.
Oop. My mortar just crashed. Cool, cool,
Did they
cool.
change the map, maybe?
I think they
Because
did.
I just then tried to join from the Tawny dependency server and I got failed to connect, which I haven't got that before.
Interesting.
Server. And I'm like almost considering putting the heating on.
Yeah, I've had my heater on most of this morning. It's been awful. Jesus. I think it hit single digits last night. It's the weather at the moment. It's 21. It doesn't feel like 21.
I think other players have crashed because I'm seeing BC members at the moment joining and leaving the Tawny dependency server. So
Okay.
something might have gone wrong on the main server. Yeah, I'm getting failed to connect. Might try to restart my game.
Oh, I got a wrong password. So I'm
I
just
might
gonna.
quickly check in with the refs, see
Yep.
what's going on, report back. Give me
Yep.
a sec.
Sorry about this, folks. Not sure what's going on. Just have issues. There was something of an issue last night. Sorry, earlier this morning with people struggling to connect. But from what I've been told, it's been resolved. I'm able to get back in. think we should be alright. It's looking
Yeah,
like it's working.
Gary just he thinks everything's fine actually.
Okay, cool.
Server is up for him. Orange.
Failed to connect. Let's try this maybe.
Yeah, that's what I've been getting. Failed to connect.
Interesting. I loaded in and my mod crashed again.
Gary just tried to join as well. The refs are doing the same. Yeah, I think Gary. I think Gary. I think he's been told that the server's up, but he's trying to join as well. I can see it's all independent of the server, so
Okay.
something could be going on.
What we might end up doing is deleting Crown Kendo because that's the only thing we've changed. It's the only reason
Yeah.
why people should be getting issues.
That is a good shout. You might be right about that.
Can't seem to get anyone in at all. Oh, I just managed to get in.
That's right. This will be whatever's going on. We'll be able to fix it. We got some really smart people behind this. Zav, the tournament host, is online as well. So, you know, if anything, if we need to do anything to the server, modify it, we do have him on standby.
What's going on here?
There we go.
Oh,
Yep.
Cool.
Pardon me. Sorry about the unsolicited sneeze, if you heard it.
Sorry. Did we go with the map change? Okay, looks like we're not using Crown Kendo. Probably a good call. Just seems to be causing issues for everyone. Well, it looks like we just need one more Delta member to join. There comes the infamy. Oh, we might have a game. Sorry, we're only 8 minutes. 8 minutes late. It's fine.
Absolutely fine.
Just waiting on the refs to call everyone to line up.
Yes, of course. No. Yes, I agree.
And Reggie, just quickly, how do you rate my my Doctor Doom RP?
Dr. Doom, I don't even know what that is. Hold on.
It's been done before. What do you think about this particular iteration?
It looks good. I don't know who Dr. Doom is though.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
I'm gonna have to look it up. Dr. Doom. Oh, I see. Uncanny, actually. Striking resemblance.
Not bad, eh?
BT stands for better team.
That's it. That's the kind of confidence they're gonna need.
Yeah.
Nope, don't want to upset the main team. Problem with Zaya's argument is that they called it Delta and Sigma.
Yeah, true.
Technically. Like, I've been calling it A team and B team for short, you know, for just to make it simpler for the viewers, but for the Delta team, so he's gonna need to sort of work his way back there. Maybe he can say the Sigma team stands for the superior team.
Yeah. Get away with that. Jeez, we ready to start, refs? Got everyone in, don't we?
Maybe Gary and Chosen just fixing themselves a cup of tea before we start.
Yeah, very likely. Refs got to take care of themselves. Got to be on their toes, paying attention, not asleep at the wheel. Splinter.
On the sleep of the wheel. It's a shame that we've been having these issues with Crown Kendo, but hey, at least we got 1 day of Crown to use out of the Crown Kendo map.
Yeah, honestly. It was a massive pain in the ass. People kept disconnecting, but we
Yeah.
we were able to get some games on it. Delta Red, alright, looks like refs are about to call it in. They've asked for the lineup.
Gonna be getting underway soon.
They're still just hacking each other to pieces. Bruno Zero in the chat. Can I join? Might be a bit late for that one, mate.
Wouldn't hurt. Trying
What
to
the
sign
fuck?
up on day on the grand final day. Hey, we'll find a spot for you somewhere, Bruno.
Shella is going absolutely sicko mode this match. I'm keen to see it. Okay, this should be a pretty huge game.
These Sigma guys are important up and coming players on this squad.
Yeah.
I've seen them in the private pugs, the pug servers. These guys are talented. But Feladay has really emerged as I think a defensive powerhouse. He's very durable, able to stay alive for a long time. I
Definitely.
think Shella shares a lot of the same qualities. X and Zaya, I'm predicting to play on the 2 hit to kills. And these guys are solid.
Who have we got up first? Look like Infamy on the Mall for Delta. And X on the Warhammer. Interesting. Oh, he's got a longsword at his side. Interesting, interesting. Word on the streets, Sheller has had an unhealthy amount of caffeine and sugar. Glorious. Let's hope
I
it.
don't know if that's what you want. I don't know if you want to be jittery in this game. I think you need to be calm and sort of focused in this game.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe he'll just pull out some crazy, like, you never know.
Oh, I kind of like Sol's strategy in the Kendo where he sits out in the Kendo but plays in the main skirmish.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, good idea from him. He's got the awareness that with that ping that he's not the best duelist, that his main impact is in the skirmish element. Good awareness from the leader. And good awareness there from Infamy. Once he gets the frag on X, he starts moving back towards the center of the octagon. So that if he does lose the duel, you know, you always want to win or lose the duels closer to your side. Feladay sort of pushed him in, but I think Feladay might be down on stamina now. And maybe Zaya quickly return the favor. I don't know if Infamy runs Fury on that class though. Depend if he's got
Ooh,
a
Infamy.
stamina advantage, but either way, he's got 3 frags anyways. Not looking good. The Sigma team.
Gets a bit punished there.
Oh, he's still got a hidden.
Shell is reading. Infamy's down on Stam. Disarms him. Up next, big wig for Delta.
And Shella might just 1v4 here, it's possible.
Ooh,
Oh,
he's got some
cheeky
dodges.
dodge. Oh, and he had the chamber lean back, but then he doesn't commit to it. He doesn't commit to that gamble. And Poleaxe has Polehammer's got
Ooh.
good stamina, I was gonna say, but it won't matter if he gets slapped in the head by the Poleaxe like that. So 3 stay alive for BC Delta,
Crazy.
and for that they're gonna get the map pick. They're gonna get the 2nd and 4th weapon ban.
Looks like it's going to be North Shore.
Alright, there we go. That's the Loth,
Ah, alright.
the only one who understands the format here. So now that we're in the best of 5 stage of the tournament, we're not going to see any more North Shore. The map
Alrighty.
picks are now going to be always Steedy, Moshpit, and Contra alternating, and the pick is going to be the first map out of those 2.
Right. But the first band coming in is the Poleaxe. Pretty standard among a lot of these comp players. Poleaxe definitely. Well, Polehammer coming in second. No surprises there.
I want to ask you something. Who do you think is the Poleaxe main out of BSC Delta that's been targeted with that ban? Because I know that they use it, but I don't remember who mains it on their squad.
I'd say that's pretty targeted toward Feladay and Wig. Ooh, and the Messer is going to be the last ban.
But it was the B team. It was the Sigma team that banned it. So it's for someone on
Oh.
Delta.
Oh, maybe it's just for Wig. I don't know.
True. I think Wig does use it. So Polehammer Maul. I think the Maul ban is clever.
Yeah, definitely.
To neuter Infamy a little bit. A strong player. The Messer ban coming out from BC Delta as well. That's interesting. I think that must be a respect man for Shella.
Maybe,
It's
yeah.
pretty impactful on the Messer.
Shell is definitely insane on the Messer. Here we go, coming into map 1. BSC versus BSC.
G up, guys. The first of many exciting series here on the last day. Got 2 2v2 engagements, getting messy over so on the right side, whereas there's 2 Jules on the other side. But Zaya actually gets the first pick. The Pobo in the 1v2 gets 1 frag, equalizes it, and now it's a 3-on-3. And
like
Zaya's kind of low on stamina, but Feladay finds another on Infamy. Solve gets 1 back as well. This is very back and forth this round. Now we've got 2 Jules. Pobo wins his. Up to Feladay now. This dude's really
Ooh,
dangerous.
very composed.
In a 1v2.
Ooh,
And he's already got 1 hit on Pobo. Another hit on Sold. They're cycling the Jules, but Sold goes down.
Ooh,
thing
Feladay
is,
with
though-
no stam. Can't find the gamble.
And see, that is the thing with these, you know, like greatsword, like these heavy builds. Unfortunate thing about them is you can't run Fury. So in those 1vx's, if they're cycling duels, once you get the kill, like you don't actually get that much stamina for it.
Mm.
You still be stam disadvantaged, which is unfortunate. Infamy finds the first frag on Feladay really quickly,
Ooh.
and the second, solved with the third. Zaya gets 1 in return, but now it's a 1-on-3. Infamy closes it out. Infamy
Nice
already on 3 kills, Pobo on 4. BC Delta. I think it's going as planned thus far for them. 2 rounds in. Infamy dishing out a lot of damage early on that Evening Star.
Ooh, Feladay.
Lothus finds the first.
Unable to find a hit anywhere there. Infamy with a double kill.
It is indeed a best of 5.
Yes it is.
It is indeed a best of 5. Oh, Infamy cops one in the back. This time it's the Sigma team that's looking a bit stronger. Now it's a 1-on-3 for Loth. And he's holding his own very well right now.
Ooh.
Cheeky backswing. He's double parries. Tank parries a little bit there. Oh,
Jesus.
oh.
Lothar is giving it his all there.
Loth is very dangerous in the 1vx. He's got very good reads when the man's on. Getting a lot of parries, utilizing that miss detector really well to hold as much initiative as he can. Now it's 4 Jules. Sold is looking for that switch. Didn't work initially, but then he comes back to Shell and finds it. Zaya was about to win his Jewel. I thought Sol saved his teammate, but maybe I spoke too soon. Now we got 3 Jewels. Lothar, this is one his. He's about to stab Zaya in the back.
Down to
There he goes
Feladay.
down. Bit of inexperience there out of the Sigma squad. They should be calling when they lose their jewels. They didn't. It seemed like he got caught with his pants down with Lothar this on the backstab. But you know, happens to the best of us. Kick coming out from Zaya at the start. The Infamy gets him returned immediately. Infamy's pretty low on stam right now. And Infamy's gonna go down to Zaya. Zaya's proving his worth right now, doing a lot for the Sigma team on this Evening Star. Shallow goes down to Povo. 5-1 now already for Team Delta. They're looking strong today. They're looking focused.
Looking very strong.
They can bring this kind of form into the later matches, you know, we might have a contender on our hands. Ooh, Zaya takes out Soul real quick. Zaya goes for the gamble there in the XV1, and that's not the play, and then he gets caught with his pants down. Very well played from Infamy, but I must say, a bit of a throw from Zaya. Honestly, to critique this scene a bit, this is a pattern I've seen of misplays in this scene, of people gambling in the XV1. And when you're the X in the XV1, you shouldn't be gambling.
Yeah, honestly.
You should be leaving that to the 1. You should be playing it safe. You should be playing it smart. Right now, it's
Feladay
4
getting
Jules, Zaya
taken
again.
down though. Infamy is just gonna snowball
They
off
need to
of that.
win this 2v1 quickly. Not quick enough. Zaya's going to go down now. It's a 1v3. Shella to keep them inside of this map.
There we go, round 1. Goes to Delta.
You know, they're looking dominant, but a lot of close rounds there. Even the first round that they won was by the skin of their teeth. And a bit of a misplay from Sigma. 7-1. And you know, I think that the Delta team are taking this map. They're taking this matchup very seriously, you know.
They sure are.
They respect their colleagues. They respect the Sigma team. They're treating them like a serious threat. They know that the Sigma team is they're a very formidable team. They're not the kind of squad that they ought to be sleeping on. And I think you can see that reverence in the server right now. The respect for their B team, because they're playing lights out right now. Delta not pulling any punches. Viewership's up a little bit. We're up to 36 viewers now. That's nice to see.
Hell yeah. Welcome all the new people to the chat. Starting off map 2. Feladay getting some nice hits on Infamy.
Nice hits onto Solve as well. Solve takes a lot of damage early. He's
Ooh.
on one hit now. X finds the first kill in the evening star.
Lothidus.
Lothidus on the
Big double
1v2.
cleave.
He's too good. But that's so costly missing with the Xe. Oh, Povo played that really well. Honestly, he just got outstand there at the end in the XV1, the 1vx. Nothing he can do about that.
Let's chuck a Pobo cam on the greatsword. The legend himself.
Very strong player. One of the strongest in the tournament. So
100%.
it's 2 hits on Feladay early.
Ooh, takes him down.
The other side, his team's been cleaning up, except for Shello, who wins his duel. Now it's up to him in the 1v3. And there's some players that are low on Stam and HP on the BCA, so they ought to be careful here.
Ooh, good misses.
Good attempt there from Shella.
Ooh, Shella on his classic body.
Nice jump from Povo.
Ooh, big double cleave there.
Ooh. I think Povo thought that Zaya was going to miss that drag, so he actually didn't bother parrying. Mistake from him. Oh. Sold on that bill hook. You know,
Yes,
it's
it's deadly, isn't it?
the weapon is really weak in duels, but he uses it so well in the XVX, like the skirmish scenarios. Just stab switching out of nowhere, really catches people off guard, messes with their movement.
Oh, look at him go. I think he
Sold
stabbed
looking
his
good in the
teammate
corner
there.
right now. Zaya is going to go down here to Povo,
Ooh,
but they finish their 2v2 on the other side as well. So now it's down to 2v2. Solved on Povo. The A-Joy.
ooh, the fake switch with the miss. It's gonna cost him a lot of stam.
X is going to go
X is
down,
down.
top to Shallow again. Cheeky little crouch commit there from Solved. It's a powerful tool in the 1vx Reggie, because you know when you're fighting against 2 opponents at the same time, you're not thinking about them crouching your attacks. You know,
Yeah,
it's really hard to position your camera to punish that. You got to crouch at the same time.
Ooh,
Infamy, looks like he's going to go down to Shallow here.
ooh, Feladay.
X gets a frag as well.
Take him down. Oh, Pobo gonna get punished for no combo miss with the exit sword. Jesus, how is he still alive? It's crazy.
Some impressive durability from the A-team star there. There's a reason that player is well revered in the scene. 2 2v2s again. But X just gets caught in the blender. Infamy crunches both of their heads. Infamy's hungry, he's already got 3. Bobo gets the 4th. And now the scoreline is 4-2 on the second map. Delta putting themselves in a good position to take the second map in a row here. Zaya and X
Ooh,
go down.
solved.
Ooh, Feladay. That's some nice parries and movement there in the 1vx. Not going down without a fight.
Shella with the Y-man. I solved with the
man.
Y-man onto Shella rather. Why, man? Why you do this?
Infamy gets hit early.
Ooh, batteries from X there.
And Infamy's that jumping that jumping overhead drag that he does has been catching so many people out. It's so naughty. Really hard to read.
Infamy excelling Zia there. Looked like he was gonna lose that. Pulled it back with no stam. Down to Shella for Sigma team. Taken down. 6-2.
Yeah, I love that just again that jumping overhead drag that Infamy does. I love it because it's very hard to footwork.
Let's watch him for me. Let's see if he does it again for us.
Of course.
I feel like he will. He loves it in the duels. There you go.
That's the
Shello
one.
raise it though. What a tank.
Infamy with the chamber there. Absolutely no stamina.
Ooh,
Felt a day.
and the kick
Walking
kill
the plank.
just gets sent off the edge. Loth just said, "This is Sparta," and kicked his corpse into oblivion.
Delta will take map 2. They only need to win one more map to knock Sigma out of the tourney. And they will move on to fight Backbox.
Another match that we're very, very hyped for.
Hell
Who knows
yeah.
who's going to win that one? I mean, Backbox won it last time, but
We'll see, we'll see. Maybe Backbox, maybe they've learned, BSC has learned what to ban against Box. A few more games they've been able to watch, been able to study.
and just to take the viewer question from OK Vision, I think he's out from outside the OCE region. This is the first time we've done a 4v4 in this region. It's not common at all. I suggested it and wanted to put it forward because I like how 4v4s play compared to the others. Thought it would be a nice mix-up. That being said, I mean, that round, very quick domination coming out of the A team there. Beautiful Mordhau being played right now before our eyes.
100%.
We've mostly done 5v5s in this region, 3v3s as well, 2v2s. But yeah, 4v4, different dynamic. Shella goes down really quickly to Pogo and Soul, who are just
Walking
putting on a
through them.
masterclass in that 2v2. And not to disparage BSC Sigma's performance here, but just to shine a spotlight for a minute on Delta. This kind of form that they're showing today, this is what I want to see from them before. This is the kind of team that this team shows up against EX, against Backbox. They couldn't take this whole tournament. They're looking really mean right now. Again, it's Infamy with that overhead
So they're
drag.
just
I love it.
Drawing them out into duels, winning their duels. Now it's down to a 3v2. Lothar is on very low health, but he's just going to execute Shallow. Ooh, struggling to read the drag there.
Play that really well. Pobo and Loth are two players you don't want to be caught in a 1vx against because it's just so fundamentally sound. They've got really good hard reads. It's hard to catch them out.
We've got X on the Stouty build. Warhammer Taj. Oh, but he's getting punished from Lothidus for trying to fake switch one too many times.
Oh, unfortunate team kill there from Shella, but man, there was not much he could do. He just swamped through the enemy. Feladay just
Ooh.
trying to stay alive. But
Ooh,
Shella
Feladay
actually
makes
goes,
the pick.
"Whoa!" Feladay's the one that gets the pick. Not how I seen that round unfolding, but Loth just ends all hope there, taking that round. The clean horizontal XL. What we got now? The Pobo and Solved, the two mains in the team, they seem to like forcing the 2v2, which they're really good at, and then they let their other two teammates play duels. I like that. I think that this is a good strategy for them.
Yeah, I think it is. It's definitely working out for them. 5-0.
So, I mean, especially having Infamy in a duel, I think is good because of his just ruthless, aggressive playstyle.
Well, speaking of which, he's just going for switches now. Bonking X in the back with the E-star.
Showing us that he's a versatile player.
Into 3 duels here. No one's able to switch. Shell's on low stun, but he does get switched by Lothidus, who's
Lothidus.
taking out a double kill there.
Behave, and that switch there from Loth is picture perfect. That's what you want to see out of a switch. That's the ideal scenario.
That was
You know,
beautiful.
you're low on stam, so you go and get the stam potion from the enemy, but your backswing follow through into the person you're dueling with. Gorgeous stuff. Feladay's doing a lot to stay alive, but he gets out stam. Very unfortunate. X is going to go down straight after that as well.
It looks like this is going to be it for Sigma. 7-0 on the last map. God damn. GG's all round.
Well played to everyone on the server. BSC Sigma, I think they have a lot to be proud of because you know, BSC Delta they showed up today.
They did. They really did. Let me update the scores. Alrighty. Up next, BSC Delta versus Backbox. Very anticipated game. Let me update all of the everythings for the stream. What game do we have after that? The Grand Finals. Is it really? So soon?
So soon. We've still just got the losers bracket final to get through first.
Very keen for that.
Some more viewers showing up in chat. Fez saying he's taking a tactical shit. So
Ah, yes. Lovely.
we're gonna have to wait on that. And you know, I think credit to Ducky, who wrote the rulebook with me largely. I think he was the one that suggested that for the loser bracket semi-final, which was that match, that we make that a best of 5. And I think that was a really good call, and we should start making that standard in the series because that game there was pretty important. You know, you don't want the team coming into the losers bracket final to feel like there was any doubt or luck
100%.
or a fluke element, you know, playing into it. You know, you want it to be like surefire at that point.
100%. And I mean, they did that. BSC Delta taking all 3 maps there against the Sigma team was definitely what we wanted to see. You know, if it was too close, if it was 1-1 and then it went to a third game that ended 6-7, you know, people would be like, well, yeah, a bit too close. Let's move into this.
And I think that was my favorite weapon composition and lineup I've seen from them.
Yeah, they definitely.
I like that lineup. I like that lineup a lot. They played, what was it? It was Solved, Loth, Pobo, and Infamy, I think.
Mhm.
And they had Loth on the Exy, and he was just popping off with that weapon, man.
Yeah, he
honestly.
was.
He played lights out.
Getting some amazing double cleaves in there, some amazing switches. And he
Yeah,
just
I mean,
knows how to
Infamy,
snowball. Once he takes that first pick, he's already on to the next, you know.
he's got great like fight IQ. Many times do we see him in that last map, that gorgeous double cleave when he was low on stam, just got the double cleave, you know, when he was in a pickle, utilizing that weapon really well.
Definitely.
I love obviously Infamy on the Exy. Sorry, on the Evening Star. That's just standard. He's so good with it. If you can't get them all, he's so good with the Evening Star. And honestly, Solved on the Bill Hook.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
talk about that. I mean, the Bill Hook, you know, the meme of the game, but that weapon is no joke in the right hands, in the you know, in an XVX scenario. Solve just knows how to use it.
He does. His toe drags with that thing are nuts. It's
And you know, Pobo, who is their star player, the most intimidating player to verse, he is cracked on an Evening Star if you give him an Evening Star, but you know, something I noticed about him is that he's so good at the 3-hit to kills as well. Like, he's so good on the Mesa, on the Greatsword. Like, I think he can kill people almost just as quick on those weapons.
Yeah, I mean, he's just fucking crazy. he's just insane at the game.
Nutcase. He was sorting people out on that Greatsword.
We got Shella fella in the chat. My little brother was at the keyboard. We good to play? That's good.
I think Shella showed up in that series. There was a pattern of him often winning his duels and very how many times do we see Shella the last alive? I think he was very much a rock in that series.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
a man that's hard to put down. He's got really some spectacular reads and defense.
Just general survivability. You know, he knows how to stay alive, keep out of the way of the shit that's going on around him.
Straight up, something we've been seeing from player Feladay as well. It's been really impressive to see.
Where's everyone? We got people sorted into their teams. Still got all the BSC people in the channels. What's going on?
Got Zaya in the chat as well. I think Zaya has nothing to be ashamed about with that performance as well. I think he played some beautiful Mordhau as well in that Evening Star.
Yeah,
I seen Zaya getting the first pick in that series many rounds. So he put up a great performance as well.
super good to see.
It's a developmental, process. These players in the Sigma team, these are the kind of players that one day might be on the main team that's taking a crown. It's a lot of potential of players like that, and someone who's been on the top. I just love the scene. I love having the young players come through because it just makes the scene so much more exciting.
100%.
And that's what I really love about the BSC clan is that they're giving opportunity for players like Zaya, Feladay, who have always been good and just developing the talent. I think that's something that's a void that we've kind of lacked.
Yeah, definitely. It's
Back
good that
in the
they've been able to play through this tourney, so well, and that's definitely going to give them experience for next time.
Yeah, they've gone deep. They've had deep tourney experience. They
Yeah,
played in the best of 5 today, which is really good. I feel as though back in the VG days, I feel like there was a problem where we didn't have enough support for these sort of the players in the up and coming players. Like they didn't really have enough homes to develop their talent. I mean, we had Kingsguard back in that day, but it was a pretty inactive clan. Whereas BSC Soldiers kept his soldiers active.
yeah, man. I mean
He's
that.
giving them all playtime. He's found a spot for all of them on both teams, giving them all playtime. Solved's done really well with that clan, and this time around I'd say the same thing for Mano's squad as well. Mano's done a really good job. I mean, he's given players like Control and Enigma a platform to develop their talents, to get better, to get experience, to grow.
I think they definitely have. They've really sort of proven that, but stomping their way through most of winners brackets and only coming down to the final game against EX, what knocked them out of the winners brackets. But even still, just every team on the way, they were unstoppable until they came to the top of the region against EX. But now, hopefully, we'll see another good game with them versus BSC Delta just coming up. Supposed to have started like 15 minutes ago, or is my schedule half an hour behind because time zone? Where are we at? Well, I'm just looking in the team captain's chat. We might have a bit of a delay. Yeah, the game doesn't officially start for another 15 minutes, so I think we're going to be waiting for
We're
that.
ahead of schedule, are we?
I think so, yeah. Um,
Giving some dual practice here to Lothidus. Who I want to see warm. He's absolutely farming me in these duels right now. Lothidus looking really mean on this Mesa.
Just put. Okay, we've just fixed the overlay. Just fuck around for 15 minutes, do some duels. What is this? I've been left. Oh Jesus. Bonk.
BM Redro, he's still got it.
Taken down Soul.
Man, that weapon is just scary.
Yeah, it is. No.
See, that's why. That's like one of the biggest reasons why I don't tend to like I stay away from the Poleham and the Exisword, even though they're great, is because I love going for drags. And it's just so punishing when you miss them
Yeah, it really is.
in this patch especially.
What is this? Ah! I've been baited. Oh God.
The battle of the casters. Oh. Just tried an infamy there, didn't work out for me.
Oh, what? The double
The
parry.
early parry.
Feels bad.
That's a classic Mano technique. Just parry early and then you can get the double parry on command.
Let's go Pobo. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, more feints. Can't deal. It's too much pressure. Oh my God. Oh, the kick. Insane, love. Can't keep up.
I'm dueling these BC Delta players right now and they're feeling really sharp. I'm getting bodied by them at the moment, which is a good sign.
It was a good
What we
sign.
want to see from the competitors, putting us casters to shame. And Mr. Reg, I think we're going to have to see him make an appearance next time for his team.
100%. Next 20, I'm definitely going in.
Beautiful. You like the longsword?
I do. It's
Good weapon.
it's the what I learned to play the game on, the longsword.
I think the longsword's one of the most underrated weapons in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's underrated in OCE. I think in the EU it's seen as pretty disgusting, honestly. Some of the things that EU players are doing with it. What are you doing, Solved? Get him out of here. Oh! Oh! He's got me. Oh, we got a bit of stand back. Oh, I had him on stand too. We still got about 10 minutes till the game starts. We should start seeing Backbox joining soon.
I don't see them in the Discord yet.
No, I think they're waiting. They'll join at the last minute.
That's fair enough. They do have the buffer time thanks to the schedule, which is good. You know, I think it's nice to have it spread out.
What is this?
This guy's feeling really sharp right now.
Insane. I can't beat play though. It's actually too good for me.
Too good for me as well, mate. Barely getting anything done against these guys. See that, guys? Your beloved caster. He's a gambler. A gambler, I say.
Of course.
Take him to the casino. Beautiful stuff.
Too much Pika's coaching.
Pikas is an interesting guy. He's been in a lot of decent squads. I really like the Big Town squad that he was a part of before.
Oh, what was that lineup?
It was Shella, Pikas for sure, but
Oh, we got
I
Pobo.
can't remember the other two. Was Bigu was there?
Yeah, probably. Chosen versus Splanta. Surely do it to him, Chosen. Oh, nice drag. Oh, he gets him with the jump feint! Splanter's on no HP. No. Don't worry about it. Chat, you saw nothing. Oh. Never ever fed a custom before. Let's see how it goes. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Shit, I want my longsword back.
Ifmi's
Oh, he's reading me.
really good on this mob. Really like me on the 2 hit to kills. Tries to develop so much as a player. He's got really good reads and game sense right now in the duels.
Aim for me does with Sam. Sam on the mall. See what he does to Wig here.
Alright, do you mind if I cut in, Lex?
Ooh, who goes
Absolutely,
there?
we love that. Give us some insight.
Howdy.
To the BSE A team now against Backbox. I'm actually really excited for this.
So much, so much.
Earlier because they were a bit shaky today, but after playing against BSE A team, they're ready. I don't know, something, they flipped the switch on, and I think we're going to see a pretty good match.
Hell yeah. Keen as.
I think like they looked so strong against you guys today. Like not to your discredit, but just to their credit, they look like they've shown up today and they're ready to make an impact.
I think this is BSC. Now that their backs against the wall, they just need a fire underneath their ass to really get moving.
I think that you're exactly right. That's what I'm seeing today. I'm seeing a strong.
They're loser run veterans, you know.
They're what? Loser run veterans.
I got it. I'm jumping the server real quick.
Fuck him up, Sol!
I think what the Loftus is a very clutch player. I think Faber is a very clutch player. But also, I mean, Maino is a super clutch player, and
Yeah.
it's just gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting. We saw the very dynamic playstyle of Blackbox yesterday, and we saw BCA team. I mean, they like separating the fights. So two very different strategies coming at one another, and it's just gonna be good.
I think Mano and Imperialism were my picks for MVPs of yesterday. Probably Imperialism in that #1 spot. He
Well,
looked
I would watch out for
unstoppable.
Infamy today because he is on fire.
Yeah,
Ooh.
he's on fire. I thought Loth played some exceptional mod. I think for that series against you guys, Loth was my pick for MVP.
Also, he
So-
did it on the Executioner sword, which, I mean, he's more of a Mesa player from what I've seen. I've not seen him play much else aside from Mesa Poleaxe, and then seeing him pull out the Executioner sword and do
He-
really strong.
He definitely pulled
mean,
out the Axie sword. It's
He's got a big
insane.
bag of tricks. Bigger than my bag of tricks. I was down to my 5th, 6th weapon choices after those bans.
I
Really
mean, that's the
interesting that.
That's the respect they're showing for you banning your weapons, you know.
Well, we had to ban Infamy's Mole, which hurt myself as well, so there was definitely a bit of a tough decision made there.
Head ref Gary blasting moderator Splinter, calling a skill diff with a 1911.
I think Head Ref Gary's been a lot of fun this tournament. He's definitely had some theater, or some theater to some of his refing, a lot of decisions. He's well humoured.
Yeah, he's been good. He's been good. Super glad to
Yeah,
have him.
he's done a great job reffing in general. You know, there's a lot of delays and stuff that happens behind the scenes that people don't see.
But
I
I think
think-
today's gonna run very smoothly though.
I hope so. Looking like Backbox have just started joining the server.
We've got Fez in, we got Mano in, we got Nigma in.
Oh, we're getting a bit of a wave from Fez. Fez, do it again. Yeah, mate. How you doing, champion?
He's vying for the attention of the camera. Everyone's coming in.
And
waving.
Splinter coming in.
Splinter is out for blood. Gary's got the gun. He's
Gary's
gonna
onto
attack
it.
people.
Gary sorts him out.
He's a man of the law. He's got the big iron on his hip.
Oh, Infamy coming in. Gary posted a very intimidating figure. He's just blasting.
I think the major concern for today is if BSC A team take this match as well, like if they're feeling hot and they're gonna have a nice little round, they got some momentum going, at least for the morale. If they win this match today and get to play against EX, I think a big issue that we're gonna see that we've seen, I think, in a lot of previous tournaments is the endurance factor. They're having to play like
3 games in a
really
row.
intense matches around, and they have to go
True.
uphill against that double elimination. So
True.
fighting a really tough team twice, it really weighs down you. And that's something I've noticed a lot of some of the longer tournament formats, like if you harken all the way back to the Void tournament, the EXP team versus what was it? The Void team at the time, and it was a slugfest, you know. Players
Yeah.
getting tired, the match went on for hours. But not that these are super long matches, but
No,
it's more so the fact that you have to play so many tough matchups consistently.
yeah, no, the attrition can definitely get to you.
But you gotta come in against EX, and they're gonna be super. Well, they might not be warmed up, but they're not gonna be tired either.
That's true, but we did build in that delay, the break until the grand finals. The players have time to reset. So I think what's going to be important is in that break, in that interim period, which teams are going to be, you know, in their private servers keeping warm.
I think that's a interesting effect is that once you have the adrenaline of playing a match, and then the moment you take that break, that can also be a bit of a downfall because that's when you feel exhausted. You start to feel tired after playing and winning the match. It kind of the adrenaline rushes over you, and then you're like, oh geez, I actually worked up a bit of a sweat playing Mordhau. Probably not in this weather, but I can definitely see it happening.
Only time will tell. Any predictions for this game coming up, Shella?
Oof. I mean, we saw the Backbox team really, I wouldn't say dismantle, but their strategy was very effective against the BCA team. So
Yep.
they've already beat them once, but maybe, and just maybe, the BCA team has kind of figured out their strategy. They're not going to be surprised. They might be more prepared, more, I guess. They might have a counter strategy. That's could be what we see today. Maybe they drilled in last night, experimented. We'll see how they adapt. I think that's the big thing for this match is adaptation, because Maino's got a really strong strategy. Can BSC float?
You know, Maino's team has the precedent. They have already beaten BEC Delta, but it was a best of 3. This is a best of 5 now, and it came down to it was 6-6 on the second map, we shouldn't forget. And I think Delta looked really strong today against the Sigma team. And the Sigma team for BSC is no joke. So, I'm hesitant of doing predictions for this kind of close matchup, but I am going to say that I'm favoring BSC Delta a little bit in terms of realistically who I think is going to win, but I'm not going to be surprised either way. Maino's team have already beaten Delta, and they're playing lights out. They're playing lights out. They're playing a very interesting style that works for the patch.
That was a Delta team without Lophidus, I believe, and Lophidus might be playing in this match as he did in the previous.
That's true.
He might make the difference.
I think he's a very high impact player.
I think Lophidus, in form, focused Lophidus is one of the best players. I think that he's a player that reminds me of myself, where he has issues with consistency. But when he shows up, it's a force to be reckoned with. I've seen what this guy can do, and I think, with this A lineup, if they all show up, yeah,
looking like
it's a tall order. It's a tall order for any team.
Lophidus is an important player for this matchup specifically because he's very aggressive and very aggressive with the Mesa, no less. It's very hard to switch off of him in that kind of Maino Feds playstyle. And the moment you turn your back, you're gonna have a Mesa swinging right at you, and it's very hard to break away from that initiative, and it requires your attention. It's very fast, very aggressive, and even somewhat hard-hitting weapon, especially if you're planning on using lighter, medium armor or level 2 helmets. It could be a real bloodbath weapon. So the only prediction I'll make is that this is going to be a fun game to watch.
It looks like we're going to be getting into the kendo. First up for Delta Team is Infamy on the Mole. First up for Backbox is Maino on the Mesa.
I actually favor Maino here. He's got really good footwork, and that's exactly what you need to beat the...
See if I can find him. There he is.
I think Maino...
Ooh, Maino falling for that first feint. Infamy definitely strong on the Mole.
He's got some good reads. You don't need more than that.
Infamy.
He's got plenty more than that. He's got great swing manipulation. That drag was picture perfect. But Doge Breath, tricky player, very tricky player. That's the kind of shit that this guy pulls. Those kick feints, playing the range like you just seen. That lean back, dodges.
He definitely has a great matchup against moles and other slower weapons. And he just, if you overdrag, overexcel, that man will be gone before you know it. And he loves leaning back. He loves kick feigning. He loves pulling every trick out of the book just to get out of the way of the swing.
Ooh, reads the waterfall though. Ooh, doesn't find the gamble.
But sometimes crouching down, looking down, trying to get out of the way of the swing doesn't work out. But
he's so good with kicks, Doge Breath. He achieves so much with them. Pobo, this is a tall order. This man's an absolute beast so far. Doge Breath holding his own, but he misses that drag.
Ooh, misses the kick.
Space to the kick. Doge, get the weapon pop. Still, he's got more. Ooh, that's a very smart play.
Now it's two jewels left.
Enigma taking to Moe heads.
Pobo
Oh,
with
going
the
down
Zwei
quickly, a lot
hander.
of stamina
Chamber.
remaining.
The chamber run around not as effective on this Y, which the weapon has a very long release and a very long drag. Now it's up to Fez.
I wonder if
Without a
Trevor made
miracle.
that deliberate decision knowing the matchups that Maino, Doge, and even Enigma are very elusive players. That's why we catch them out more often than they'd expect. And a very clean
There it is.
couple kills for Pobo there.
Pobo
So-
taking the
Closes it
kendo.
out on the Y-hander.
I'm curious to see what Maino's team's got banned in this matchup. Because they like using the big 2-hit to kill weapons, and they're not really afraid of anything. They might even leave the mole spot open. Perhaps not.
Looks like we're going to be playing on Mosh Pit first.
Interesting to see Mosh Pit favored. I figured they would want the more closed engagements of Contraband to
Hmm.
avoid getting switched and ran around out in the open, but perhaps they have a
Well,
plan.
you know, I would argue that in the more closed map, the Russian style can catch you off guard more. The Russian style as
There's more blind
solved.
spots.
Yeah, there's more blind spots. I feel like Maino's team, the back boxes, they like generating chaos and then thriving in that chaos. I think that that's more achievable in Contra, despite what we may have seen previously on the server. So I think that that's a smart pick, and I'm very much in support of that. I think if I was Delta, I would pick Mosh Pit 2. First band coming out is the Maul from Maino's team. I think that's targeted at Infamy, and that's a very wise respect band there. Pobo with the Pole Hammer ban, that is 100% what they should be doing, because we've seen what Maino can do with the Pole Hammer. The third band coming out from Maino was the Messer, I think, which is interesting.
the
There's some
Messer.
really strong Messer players.
Well,
on
Loftus
the
especially.
BSC
I
Delta,
think
especially Loftus. Yep.
if there was a weapon to beat the backbox strategy, it'd definitely be the Mesa. It's the fastest, you can't look away from it, it's really good at just catching people trying to get away from you. And then our final band would be Executioner Sword from
I think that's really smart as well. That was
That's-
from the Maino squad. No, that was from you're right, the BSC team. I think that's really smart because we've seen backbox team really use that for their switch style as well. I think Pole Hammer.
Yeah, the
Pole
big
Hammer
three
and XD.
and in behind. But now we see from Backbox, well, Self picking up the first kill, but Backbox is favoring a very blunt heavy team. Double ult mode pole axes, double evening star, and really just winning a lot of duels there for the BSCA team. Seems like they're not moving around enough to get out of the way of these, strong mechanical players.
Loftus got hit early but just stayed alive and persevered through Doge. And we're seeing them slurping 4 jewels. I don't think that this is what Backbox want. I mean, 2 jewels they just lost very early on. I don't know if that's going to be the right strategy.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Fez.
Infamy just barely getting away from losing his duel, but yeah, it's gonna be an uphill battle of Backbox, especially with how warmed up Delta are today. It's gonna be a hard battle if you're just gonna try and fight each of them on their own terms. Fez is on the loose, he's gonna be looking at some backs. Infamy taking an early hit, but he's left to his own devices. He's come back for his revenge, and he picks it up by coming Fez. And he follows up with Vayner, and Enigma, the last man standing.
BSC Delta, right now they're making a statement. They're not just
Sure
winning,
are.
they're dominating at the moment. Not a single point on the side of Backbox.
Infamy really getting behind people as well, doing a great job of kind of running the counter strategy, but now he's been caught out and faded out. His teammate Sol taking a hit in his place, but they clean up Fez and Enigma.
We've seen. Alright, now it's 2 1v2s. Still very doable. Pobo's low on stand, but they're cycling the duelist smartly against Doge, showing him the respect he
Maynard.
deserves.
Maynard really giving them a runaround. Remember,
And-
put both of them on stamina, but they were getting these small regens here and there that made it just out of his reach.
The
Fez,
first,
Painful thing
Fez
to
played
watch.
it very aggressive that round. He ran straight down the middle, like trying to wrap around and cause chaos, but I think that he was just a little bit too exposed there. And this is the more kind of switching that I'm liking this round from Backbox. This round's looking better for them.
If you watch at the start of the match, it looks like the evening stars are going, taking those wide flanking positions, trying to get behind as many players, whilst the 2 pole axes charge down the middle and try and bring in the attention. of the
Mana's
aggressive
regenerating
players.
some stamina. That's 2 jewels.
So he gets fainted out.
Mano
but
gets
failed
fainted
to
out, but not
punish.
punished.
Fez, can he protect himself, but he's out of stamina. He's got
Mana
that
needs
backup
to win
weapon.
it quickly.
Down to
Oh, Mano
Fez.
does not win that quickly.
Damn.
The fact he
Fez will be falling
loses.
down. 5-0, very dominant performance from
But that
BSC
round
18.
did look better. Now we've seen score some points on the round on the scoreboard for.
Once again, evening starts taking those wide flanking positions, but they're getting caught in duels because of it. Maino trying to get away from Loftus, so he's committed to the duel now.
Huge
Going for the
drag by
switches in for me,
Loftus.
Gav, the hit. A nice little pickup on Sol with the teamwork of Fez and Doge.
I like
Infamy
that.
goes down quickly.
I like that Doge and Fez playing together,
Loft,
boxing
ooh,
people up.
Loft with a dirty gamble onto Maino, though. Picked him up the kill, and now it's up to him to duel out Doge Breath while his teammate Turbo doing a great job of holding his
Oh,
one, winning the 1v2. Fez is out
Turbo.
Sam. Turbo really clutching up here.
Pobo, behave. Behave, Pobo.
Oh, a
Get
nice
the
little kick to
kick.
recover. That will buy him enough time for his teammate to come help him. It might not be over yet.
Oh, and I respect the gamble they're coming out of Povo because he sees the enemy coming, he knows he needs to get a kill quick. Now it's another 1v2. He's definitely
Turbo's
capable of doing this.
panicky. Oh, the miss will get him.
Oh,
Well, a hard fought for a round. There was a nice little duel on the side. Probo clutching up with the 1v2, but Fez, a lot of great clutch plays to buy himself some time to recover from that situation.
yeah, that kick
Great judgment.
saved the round for them because Fez, if he
Ooh,
dies
Sol's
sooner,
getting
then
behind Enigma, picking up the other kill. Maino's got a hold. Another 1v2 whilst his team wins the 2v1.
Two 1v2,
Fez
two
switching
holds.
away.
And looks like Loth is going to hold longer than Mano.
But it's still up to Doge to try and win a 1v3 with very little stamina, very hard players to beat. Nice reads, but
Hobo
not
with
enough for a
just
parry.
stabbing over his head,
I'm
making
seeing
it
a
as
pattern
difficult as
here at the
possible.
moment, Reg and Shella, where I feel as though BSC Delta are playing the XV1s better right now than Backbox.
Yeah, it looks
Backbox
like
are
it.
feeding too many parries.
They might not be entirely adapted to the miss changes, the miss combos, whereas BSC has a lot more recent practice this patch. That could be a part of the reason why Backboxers seem to be struggling to close out some of these XP1s.
There we go.
Still
7-1.
anyone's game. The score may be 7-1, but the rounds were much closer than that might indicate, so... I'm interested to see if what you were saying earlier about the contraband is correct, Bobo, where, this map will enable Backbox to be agents of chaos.
I think that is more enabling, but the thing is, they just got banged out 7-1. So you know, like, they gotta show up. Like this map, I think is better for them, but it's not enough. You know, this isn't
They're
gonna be
gonna have
a
to switch
gift
something
basket
up.
for them. They
I think,
need to play better. You know, even if they want to take this map that favors them, they need
I think
to
that
focus up.
Executionist Order is doing a lot of damage to the strategy as well, because there's no big cleaves, no really hard to do feints, which is what really enables strategy. The Evening Star is effective, but it's more effective in duels, which they're not aiming for. Speaking of duels, Dogebreath gets picked up by the Pogo on the longsword. It's gonna be up to 2v3, bit of an awkward situation, left act heavy, last player is Mano.
So
He puts it up with that Evening Star. No such luck.
beautiful body play with Solve there. Good
Mano
damn.
started that round off well. Like he's showing he can what he does with the pole hammer and Xe, he can do it with the Evening Star as well. It's not easy against these players.
Oh, Mano getting in behind himself as soon as Infamy tried to switch. Bit of an awkward situation for Infamy now. He's getting picked up early. Love this. By himself, 1v4.
Bonk.
We saw that Infamy went for a bit of a missed switch, and that really opened up the floodgate for Mano to just get in behind people and do a lot of
Mano's
damage.
using feints on that Evening Star to gain a bit of space to get the switch. That's what he's so good at. And that round he executed it perfectly.
But this time, he tried to force the switch onto Loftus, and he got caught up twice by Infamy. He just played it cool, had some faith in his teammate, and then swung on the back of Mano twice. Yeah, Fez out.
Good stuff there.
Doge, he's out Sam as well, so he's with him. And then down to Enigma. The chat is asking for some Mano cam. I would like to
Yeah,
see
we've
some
had a
cam
couple of
as
Mano
well.
cams now.
Oh, well, they just
I
really
don't know.
love the guy.
I'm getting trolled. Oh, we'll do one more, and then I'll start switching to other people.
Mano
Just
finds
barely
the
missing.
switch.
He confirms the switch after a bit of trial and error. In an interesting situation, takes the yeah, 10 HP, but he's keeping us cool.
Ooh,
His
Maino,
teammates
big
are
miss
picking up
there.
some kills. He's staying alive. Good footwork. Getting out of the way. Fez can come in, help him out. And then Soul.
Maino with a
See that? I like that
Doge,
combo,
one
Maino and
more.
Fez. They play these XV1s, they play these 2v2s well.
Well, they got that history. They've always been playing together more or
Nice.
less. I believe all the way back to Tensei. They're just a great duo.
The captains showing up in that round. Now it's 2-2. This series, this map, sorry, is looking better. I don't think it's just the map that's better for Backbox. I think they're playing better.
Yeah, I think they've woken up.
And,
yep.
and Doge just gets
Ooh.
boxed up that round, man. He got put in a terrible situation. It was great aggressive footwork by Povo and Sol for an absolute
Oh my
Oh,
days.
Fez,
Titanic duo. Beautiful parries.
He's making it to a ledge, a bit safer for him, but he's not looking too healthy. Great play now. He's doing a
It
great
looks
job
like
in
they're
one
gonna
ball.
let the kendo go on. Oh, he nearly gets the pick on Povo
But
there.
he's running low on Sam. It's really hard to cycle through this many players and still maintain the level of Sam you need when you
Oh,
can't go down because you cannot parry any longer. But
Fez
great job,
basically,
parries.
he
Fez.
basically did everything he could in that 1vx. That was a great effort from Fez.
honestly, yeah.
Great
Yeah,
effort.
really solid plays, but there's only so much you can do against 4 players. Just killing even with a 1v2 is really hard in Mortal compared to other games.
Good composure by Fez. Not falling for anything.
And Manos finding the back.
Enigma is in survival mode. He just needs to get away from and he gets something picked up. He's down to a 2v2. Doge with the switch.
Great
Ooh,
switch, but
gets
he leaves
punished.
himself open there.
Ooh, solved. Picking up
was
Maino
unable to
though.
properly cover his teammates back. A bit of an awkward situation. It's kind of
See-
hard to say what could have been done better.
What you're seeing with these switches, a lot of them are like a gamble switches, which is fair enough when you've got 2 hitters, but if you don't get the switch, if you get parried, you're left in no man's land and your back is open. And at the moment,
A lot
Backbox
of
are
the
getting...
Ooh.
easy players are pretty decent at chasing up, especially Infamy. You
Exactly.
cannot get away from that player without taking him to the back. But it looks like the switch strategy is working out quite well this round. They're getting behind everyone. And they
Dog
fall
breath.
down
I
really
think
quickly. Very
BSC
dominant round.
Delta have made a good adjustment to their playstyle in this series where they're being more matching the aggression more from Backbox, which is enabling them to punish the switching playstyle, which is
Mano
really
getting
good.
behind the entire enemy team. He's going to pick up a lot of damage. 3 kicks and 3 different players. Very effective switching strategy there.
Enigma stuck in a 2v1. Gets taken down by his teammate. It's up to
Very
Maino.
unfortunate, but he's got to hold this 1vx. It's still winnable. He dealt a lot of damage that round, but none of it
Ooh,
resulted in any kills.
It's not up to
That's
Maino. It's up to
great.
Dog Breath, who makes a pick there.
Oh, he
Ooh.
gets to...
Big drag. Oh, but he's gonna be stamped out through duels. Through
Aw.
making by Delta, but still a very valiant effort. If they
Great
came
effort.
at him a bit more aggressively, I dare say Doge, that could have been very good round. Good
We'd
1vx
love to
for
see
him.
that as well, that respect from Povo in the chat. That was a gorgeous jump drag from...
Yeah, sportsmanship out the wazoo.
We'd love to see that. Now it's
Doge,
4
looking for a
jewels
switch.
at the moment.
Fez kind of abandoned his teammate and Doge just caught that switch, pounded him right in the face.
Povo
Nice
taking the
little 2v2,
jewel.
but Fez
And
goes
Loft-
down. It's up to Maino.
Loft just had a lot of composure in that position, just getting the more parries. Like he's just getting all of the parries there in that situation to stay alive.
Yeah, this is
in
a
the XVX.
completely different BSC today. No panicking, no space create, no unnecessary backing off. Just a lot of good aggressive plays, catching switches and protecting themselves, staying completely composed.
Lothidus letting Fez get loose there. Switch on to Infamy.
Only so much you can do, but Loftus, he's gonna try and hold this out. It's still a winnable
Ooh,
position
down
for
to a
BSC Delta.
2v2.
Another really close match.
They're just a bit too far away for
Very
anyone to
low
get a good
stamina
switch
compared
off.
to Maino.
Solved wins his 1v1 though. It's up to Maino.
Another 1v2 situation for Maino. Seems like his team is having couple of survivability issues compared to him. We've seen this a lot, Maino. in 1vx
Why,
position.
man? 7-3. BSC Delta will take the second map.
2-0 so far. Only
these
one more
are-
map they need to take to advance to the grand finals and knock Backbox out for the revenge. They're
This
on
may be
track
2-0,
right now.
and these may be some pretty dominant looking on the scoreboard, but a lot of these individual matches, they're coming down to 1v2s, 2v2s, 1v1s. Yeah, a lot of these matches are just You drop a pin and probably stick in the air for no detention.
It's definitely tight.
And,
Backbox are
Maino
not out yet. They can
getting
pull
the
this back.
confidence from the warm-up.
Let's
We
get
got
another
some
Mano
support in
cam.
the Twitch chat. People are very happy with BC's performance. Warm up warriors.
Maino,
Mano getting him behind him all with the E-star, not able to find any hits.
Looks like Enigma
Ooh.
got some pressure, but he really held his composure. Got a good switch from there. He's low on Sam, and it's up to him. I think he's gonna run out of Sam before the enemies make it to him.
Looks like his last riposte. There's the Storm.
Seems to happen in a lot of these engagements. Maybe the Backbox team isn't running Fury. I'm not sure if that's true, but a lot of these situations they seem to be running out of stamina in the zombie X's and the SVMs.
Ooh, and now Sol looking for the switch. Doesn't quite get it.
Those
Enigma
running
holds
through
Ooh.
the area. Ooh, very unfortunate.
It's all
The rest of
falling
Enigma's team
apart.
does go down, though.
He started running, looking for some backs, but he found no one. He was stuck in no man's land, and then the moment he got even close to somebody, he just had two people just turn on him and demolish.
That's
Great switch by Doge. He's getting in behind people now. Turbo not
Ooh,
holding
he
on to X
is.
for long enough, and also
Very
little
nice.
pick up duel on the side.
Signs of life from Backbox.
Yeah, they're not
Knock
falling
out
off
yet.
at all.
You know, I think that both teams are playing great right now. I feel like they're both of them are on.
I can't see any obvious mistakes from either team. It seems a lot of these engagements are a bit messy, and I think that's what Backbox is looking for. They picked up that early kill, and then the Turbo follows suit. Just down to a 2v4. Loftus falls to duel to Enigma. Enigma really, you know, showing up, holding down one of the more aggressive players on Delta's team. So everyone's got a role to play, and they're all doing it quite well. Oh, nice little quick for Sol.
Doge Breath.
Taking
stuck in
some
an awkward
hits
spot
there.
here.
Maino once again, he confirmed 2 switches, but it didn't result into any kills. It seems like he's struggling a bit to follow up on these attacks. He's getting in the right positions, he's hitting people in the back, but as we've seen a couple of times now, BSC just keeping composure, surviving on like 1 hit to kill, 10, 20 HP. They're really tough nuts to crack.
So, maybe
Enigma
miscalculating
doing
the
a lot of work
distance
this
there.
round. Ooh, great drag from Infamy. But on the
They're
other
gonna have to-
side of the map,
Dog breath coming in hot.
Doge
Makes the
picking up his duel.
pickup.
He's been picking up a lot of duels and they come in and help his teammates. Fez just needs to survive and thrive. That's all thing out, and Turbo has no time to fight. 3 and 3, it's a tied score.
All tied up.
Don't switching to Billhook, that's to prevent people from switching away with him with that superior range and full effect.
Mano gets caught out there. It's hit in the back. Infamy takes a 3rd kill. Now it's
Was
just
that a
up to
back
Fez.
parry I saw?
Very nice holds from Fez, but really uphill down with Infamy once again just really showing up. He's doing great with any 2 to kill. You ban more and he's still amazing with the even and start getting in behind people. Just doing great work.
It's the closest map so far. And now it's 4 jewels right now, and I don't know if this is what Backbox want. The man is trying to find that switch.
Doesn't find it. Gets stunned out. Looks like
Doge's got to hold this 1v2 and so does his teammate.
He's out of
BSC.
stamina.
take this round.
A lot of these
5-3.
1vx's are being won by a stam. It seems like they're just Delta taking their time, playing it slow, letting people take turns at dueling.
Infamy 13 and 3 right now. My god.
Closer formation
Ooh.
now from Backbox. That's what they want in theory, but man, Solve and Povo are too clinical in that 2v2. They boxed up Mano there a little bit.
Well, Delta, like
Overzealous
Sharks
to their
and
positioning.
Water, they're picking up momentum as soon as they see the blood. Seems like it's match point, 2-0.
This could be it for
over.
Backbox.
Can Mano's team stay alive? It's a tall order. They win 4 in a row.
Oh, so beautiful little circular movement, getting behind
Oh,
people.
It's all
Nico,
falling
Nico,
apart.
Go down
Oh,
already.
It's down to
All
Fez.
down to Fez. Can he win a 1v4? No such luck. Beautiful game, 3-0 though. I don't think many
BSC
people were
taking
expecting.
all 3 maps. God damn. What a performance from both teams.
And you know,
Well
EX,
played, but
if
this is gonna
EX
be.
are watching this, they might be, you know, perking up their ears a little bit. You know, they might be like, ooh,
Ooh,
okay,
these guys came to
alright.
play.
Well, we're gonna see a EX and BSC grand finals, the number 1 and 2 seed.
Hell yeah.
I think a lot of people were expecting this, but not in the way we got there. So it's gonna be an interesting match. We're going. There's gonna be a.
It doesn't matter, you know, it doesn't
35
matter
minutes
how
delay.
BSC Delta gets into the grand final. What matters is that they're playing, that they get there, and that they're in form and playing well on the day.
Well,
That's
it
what
100%.
seems
matters.
like they're very shaped up today. They've got their full A-team roster. Loftus playing nowadays. Pobo also playing. It's very curious that they didn't show up in their previous matches, but it seems like their team is a bit more ordered, and they're definitely showing up the stronger.
Definitely found their footing today. And this is the
Mm.
BSC Delta that we want to see show up on grand final day. And so, Reggie, we can confirm this, but I think there's going to be a break now until the grand final.
Yeah, if I'm not
Uh,
mistaken,
Could be. Let me check
the
out.
match on tournament is scheduled for. Let me have a look.
Yeah.
2:30 actually.
2:30. I see.
That's a bit of a gap from now. You might want to contact EX, see if they can
Yeah, that
bring their
is.
players in, or we could find some things to talk about. Maybe review some of the tournament footage, talk about some of the previous matches. Very up to whatever the situation demands.
It might be up to
Um,
the refs' discretion because I don't know how set in stone. I don't know how the scheduling like has sort of functioned. I know that Mano's team showed up. They waited and showed up to the last minute. It might be up to the refs if they want to try to fast track it, but I suspect that EX would want to take that hour to keep
I think
practicing.
This
And
would also be a great opportunity for some player interviews as well, if we're going to be waiting a while till the next match.
True.
yeah, I think that's a great idea. Maybe we get the captain solved in here.
Is Cap solved? Where is he? Is he in this?
Because I would
Don't
also
think he
actually
is.
really like to talk to maybe Doge or one of these
Solve.
players. from
Hello,
Black
guys.
Box.
Hey,
Well,
there
I
he
hope you don't
is.
mind I hope you don't mind the drag, but were you down for
No,
maybe
no.
just a quick you know check-in, quick interview, winners interview?
Oh yeah, go, sure. I don't mind.
Shella, you had any
Oh, yeah,
questions?
Shella.
All right. Well,
you captain?
I just like to talk. Just like to say first and foremost, great game. It was really close. Very dominant performance though. It seems like BSC Delta showed up today. There was a bit of doubt considering some of the previous matches. The previous day, you lost to Black Box. We thought they had the precedent today. It looked a little shaky, but you've clearly warmed up. You're all prepared, switched on. Very impressive gameplay. So,
Yeah.
what was your strategy going in against Black Box?
Just fully aggressive, so they don't have time to do their Russian playstyle. And
Yep.
I also took part of that Russian playstyle by just running around the map with getting one stab each. So like we're like surprised, no, turn around, don't know if there's like a guy behind them, and
I
meanwhile the
saw-
teammate finishes it off.
I saw a lot of circular movement with that bill hook, just stabbing someone, and whilst they're
Yeah.
slowing down, running past them with that increased move speed that you get this patch. Very
Yeah,
effective
because
counter strategy.
you sack them once and they're like trying to look for you, but since you like but like slow down, you can get like a second one if he's not aware of it.
Yeah.
And the Bardish played good. I mean, I think landed like a few Wyman. That's pretty good.
Listen, that's what
Yeah,
I
he's
kind
got
of
those.
observed, like casting the match. Is I felt like the difference in the play style today was in the aggression, the matched aggression, which I felt
Yeah.
like was sort of the missing ingredient against Backbox, because when you sort of give them free reign to run around you, that's when that Russian play style really comes
Yeah,
into
exactly.
effect.
Yeah.
You need
Hey,
to.
what's up, bruv?
I think
You
that
need
first
to-
match gave us
Hello!
a growing boost as
Hello,
well, 'cause
brothers.
the vibe in the
You-
VC, it was fantastic. Like,
need
it
to-
was all up.
You need to attack before they can deploy the Russian system. Exactly. I'm not gonna pronounce, but exactly what's happening right now. You know?
I also noticed that with Pogo and Solved, the 2v2, the
Yeah, bro.
2v2ing was just absolutely like
Also, bro,
impeccable.
Bobo, hey man, I got my Netflix finally. So after 3 years, bro, this is a whole new Pobo.
It's a
3
whole
years
new
of shit now.
Final form.
I thought
Hell
I
yeah.
thought we'd see the best of Pobo, but I think I was sorely mistaken. We're going to see perhaps an even better Pobo in the grand finals.
S plus tier Pobo.
S
New and
plus tier.
improved. From the grave.
What I
Pobo
noticed
tier.
a lot in that match solved was Mano or Enigma or whoever was dared to enter the 2v2 zone with Pobo unsolved. I noticed that you guys were just prepared and you end up reversing the position on them. So they like the switch would fail because you'd get that parry and then you guys would circle around
Yeah,
and
we
the
can't
person
switch
who
like that.
failed the switch would be caught in between you and Pobo
Yeah.
in a
Yeah.
sandwich.
What really
Yeah,
surprised me was the amount of 1vx situations on both sides of the team.
So I kind of expected, sorry, I
Get
kind of
interrupted,
expected
fella.
Mano to like feint a lot, so I really went for the combos if I ever miss, I
Yeah.
try to do combos.
Also, I
right.
just want to say, I think Sold overall today has won like 21 VXs. I don't know. Dude's going
1vx
crazy.
was crazy, like throughout the team, man. You guys like
Seriously.
either held out or won your 1vx.
Yeah.
I think I got to give the best 1vx to Pobo because
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
you
the
had an
one, the failed one.
absolutely you didn't win the round, but it's a confidence
Yeah,
boost.
nearly.
It's a statement like when you win a
Yeah,
one
bro.
Fez,
because
Actually, speaking of
because
great
that
1vxs,
1v2 I think was on the first map on
Fuck
Mosh
you,
Pit.
bitch noobs
He
beat
won an
us.
absolutely like a long like bonkers 1vx
Yeah.
from Pobo. Just
Hey,
Fez,
thank you, man.
S
Thank
tier
you.
shit. S tier
were you
shit.
guys shocked
Fez in the
based on the
booth.
previous match that you had against us to now?
Oh, not really. I said like don't underestimate them. They're a good team.
Oh,
Yeah. Thank you, man.
Good
Hey, I said the same thing, man.
I can confirm. I think BSC's attitude in this tournament has been like coming to the grand final has been spot on. They weren't looking past anyone. I can attest they weren't even looking past their B team, which a lot of teams do. They
Well,
were.
I mean, that's the thing. They're real good. We've trained with them all
We
the
went
time.
super hard on beating
They're
them,
like
Yeah.
amazing
the new
players.
players.
I felt it. It was not.
Bro,
being
Fella
BC,
Day, I
we
want to
think
give
they're
a special shout out to Fella Day because that man went crazy
it's
today.
gold,
He
man.
performed like no one else.
True.
I've never seen
Outside
him
all
play
of
like
us
that.
in every 1vx, insane.
Like training, he's never performed that well. I don't know.
Man,
It's just
he's
crazy.
come so far.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
yeah,
He's got that
crazy
tournament
from
clutch
Victoria,
factor.
man.
Now he's
I
got
actually,
the problem with some of the people is Fede seems to be super calm in tournament, which is good because if you get a stress player, he usually performs.
And then
Not
it
good.
brings down the rest of the team's morale as well.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
has a larger effect. So having those
This
guys.
game is all mentality based because
Yeah, man.
it's so down to the wire. The iron mentality I think plays a big role in your performance consistently, and Feladay is just a stoic player. He
Yeah,
just
yeah.
doesn't let shit phase him, and he
well,
plays
he's
his
having
game.
fun.
Another player I wanna point out from the Sigma team. I'm sure he's agreed, but I noticed that on the two hit to kill roll, Zaya was finding a lot of
man.
first
Zia.
picks.
Mm.
You got a
Yeah,
lot of
Zia
first
was
picks
playing
in
well.
that evening.
He improved
Zia-
fast, man.
Showed up.
For me, I'm just glad when we were trying to look for that what's a player to cover Rude initially because he wasn't gonna be around on the second day.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to find a great player like Zia because he really showed up, even though he hasn't had much opportunity to practice with the rest of the players on Sigma.
And also
He
just
was
not
really
much
stand
tournament.
out.
uh,
Yeah,
Yeah. Not much tournament practice. And he just kind of popped off.
yeah, he was the glue that really held the team together. Both mental, always keeping it positive,
Yeah,
and he was just
for-
a good player.
For
Bro,
a
that's the
good
thing
player
with
team,
Infamy.
he's coming really well to form like a really strong synergy. I
Thank
think
God
Infamy
he was
is,
there
like,
because Rude
so
was
good.
hungover.
While we got Captain Fez in here as well, Fez, with any like just in general comments that you had about any other comments about your performance or BSC's performance?
Oh, I think BSC played real well.
Is there anything you
They
reckon?
played exactly how we expected, but it's just the fact that, like, being a child of Spearsy, which is what BSC is, you've always got children of Spearsy to play with. Whereas, like,
Yeah.
because our team's just some mish fucking matchup of like 4 idiots, pretty much. It's just like Doge works nights or something. I think he's a hitman. I have no idea. So it's just like hardly any time to play. So
Yeah, I think
I'm
I think
looking forward to like the next tournaments and stuff.
I think
Yeah.
we can
Well,
all
next
agree
tournament is gonna be
considering
there's
like how
Yes.
small and ragtag the backbox team was. Like they're not really an established clan. They're just you know, sort of a pretty last minute like patchwork. Didn't have very much practice time. I think they
And bringing in
had a
some
pretty,
like
pretty mental run this
new
tournament.
like strat to this region,
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of. Not just going for the
Hella switches.
conventional.
Hella
Yeah,
switches.
Mano's
Well,
team
if you
has
got a
always
team of
been
Soul,
ahead
that's
of the
the
curve
wrong
in that
place,
matter.
bro.
Mano's
Soul,
been all
he
over.
knows it all from the back of his head.
Yeah, Mano's been all over this tech, like just drilling it through us. Kid's ruthless. He's like,
All right, well,
He's
I'm gonna head
unreal.
out.
Me
Go
too. I'm
have
gonna get
some
lunch.
breakfast.
Look over the
Yeah,
mod.
you'll be playing at,
Hunter, GBE.
Playing an hour,
We
right?
out.
We're playing
yeah,
in
you'll be
2:30,
playing at
guys. Play 2:30.
See
Make
you
sure you stay
guys.
warm.
Alright.
Make sure you stay warm.
We'll do. We'll
Yeah.
do.
All
I'm
right.
getting my
good stuff.
spap.
See you in an hour, boys.
See you now.
See
And
yous.
Since you're not going to be
I
in the
can
grand
cast if
final,
you want.
unfortunately, yeah, I think that would be pretty
A
spectacular.
big old
What do you
cast on the
reckon,
grand
Reg?
final.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a bit cheeky.
with Reggie's blessing.
Sorry, I was replying to chat. What was up?
I was saying we could. What about having Fez in here for the grand final matchup?
Yeah, of course.
I think that'd be good. I wouldn't even mind a tri-cast is very viable.
Yeah,
If you want to take a back seat, Fez, Shella, and I.
sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a fun game.
I always like
it was
having
fun.
I always like having for the grand final. I like having that's I think the right time to bring the tri-cast out. You know,
Yeah.
The most exciting points, you know, when someone gets that 1vx, you know, clutch or something. We've got all 4 people in the 3-4 people in the booth just going, "Oh my
Holy
god,
shit!
Hiko, are you kidding me?"
Well,
Inhuman reactions.
I'd actually like to take a moment to talk about the tournament as a whole. Just going all the way back to the first couple of rounds, the winners bracket round 1, 2, the first couple of rounds of losers. A lot of surprising things about this tournament, like Picus and his Casino Kings. Really fun team, a lot of new
Good to see
players.
new people in the scene.
Yeah, that's always the surprising thing. Is
And that
just,
front
like,
line team as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What are
the
they
cute
playing?
boys.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah,
We've been
yeah.
so
playing
good to
Lord
see
out
them in.
for about 2 years now. Most of the people in this call very experienced in the comp scene, but we've seen so many players who people who aren't Shiv vets rise to the top of the scene. Like Bobo, you had that path through Sacred Imperium Moranum, joining
Yeah,
VG,
that's true. That's
mean,
and
true.
now we're seeing players like X and Loftus who are a bit newer than that, and they're really showing up quite well at this tournament.
I think
And now
X
we're
is a
seeing-
slept-on player.
Definitely, I think everyone
It
really
is just natural at looking at someone's back and smacking them in it. Like, that guy looks for switches constantly.
Yeah, he's always
He,
commenting
he
about it
is.
too as
It's
well.
a hard one to lock that guy down. And another player I think is slept on. Right? Is I know everyone goes on about Scotland Maggots, but OCE, Scotland
Yeah,
Maggots
Actually.
MVP.
Oh
Actually.
yeah, I remember.
clean.
I remember when we were casting his matches, Reggie. We were singing his praises, saying that he was absolutely the standout player.
Yeah, he was.
On
And
the
he's
entire
clean.
roster.
he puts in the time, he
Lot of
puts in the
potential.
effort on public scrims. You know, you always see him around. He's
You know,
fucking, yeah,
what-
solid player.
What this revival cut makes me want to see, it kind of makes me want to see a few more established clans pop up.
Yeah,
That would be so good because I think this cup's shown us that there's so much up and coming talent that's matured and proven themselves on tournament grounds. You know, because it's just these teams that have fallen out earlier on in the losers bracket. You know, okay, they didn't make it super deep, but they've I know good I've played this game for a long time. I know good Mordhau when I see it, and I've seen a lot of good Mordhau played this tournament. I've seen more quality Mordhau being played in this tournament, over a larger spread than I've ever seen, and that's what I
Yeah.
really like about it. And that's why I think it's the name Revival Cup is really fitting. I always say
Absolutely.
that during the VGEX times, we didn't have enough of these tertiary clans, secondary tertiary clans coming up and developing players, and now we're seeing a lot. We're seeing a lot of talent.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
being OC though, with those newer teams, we need to make sure we're not our usual tenacious self and bullying them out of the scene, as I'm sure OC does get a bad rap for it, and how some of
Yeah.
our players act.
Yeah, it's pretty
Oh,
bad.
I
Yeah.
think overall tournament conduct this time around, sure there was a bit of rivalry between teams. As
Oh,
there
you're
always
always
has
a
been.
bit of
but
teabagging, a bit of.
There's been any major upsets.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I don't.
I've also noticed there's not been any massive tournament drama. People are following the rules. There's
It's almost
a bit
like
of
Conjures in around.
Well, you
yeah,
can't
that
pin
helps. That
all of the
helps.
woes on one player, one team. But there's been some sportsmanship from players. We've seen people compliment each other. We've seen people come in here into the casting booth. They're very respectful, and people follow the rules. It's just, out of all the tournaments I played thus far, it just seems like everyone has a newfound respect for one another, and that's what I really like
I
to see in the
think
scene.
that this. I agree with you, Shella. I think that what's happened with this scene is, we've fucking slogged it out in this, very flawed game for like 2 years now, and I think the scene as a whole has kind of matured, especially, it's a big departure from like, the Nacho, like Poland
Mm.
days, where like it's just big egos everywhere colliding. I think this is what we prefer to see. We've all been there, dealt with this shit, had our ups and downs, and now, there's just more of a focus on just playing the game,
Yeah,
respecting the
absolutely.
game, a respectful scene, and that's better. I don't like drama. I
Well,
don't think.
Also-
also, we've just seen some like unusual combinations that people have probably not expected in the past as new teams kind of form over the previous couple of months, and these ragtag teams like Backbox. We've seen some like interesting player dynamics develop over time. Like I don't think many people have predicted like the formation of BSE like a couple of years ago, especially since Pogo has that background in the EX. Like we have SPQR players, Clover players, Victorium, all of these people just really coming together and forming really strong new dynamic teams. And then we also see some of the older teams pick up new players. Like Snow really showed up in the EXA team match when Fortis had to to deal with his internet.
Yep,
He
Snow.
really did a great job. He's a new standout player. I know he's been kind of orbiting that group for a while, but he showed up and he says, I'm not just a sub. I'm a real fucking player. And I'm
I
really
think
proud.
I'm gonna get behind you there. I think that Snow is a player that was really, he was kind of discounted, because people are like, oh, we'll get the bans. If we ban all the Pingu's weapons, they'll have to chuck in Snow, and that'll be a big advantage for us. Or like, if Fortis lags out, yes, we're gonna get some. They'll put in Snow instead, and that's so much easier for us. But I think when Snow subbed in, he looked like he belonged on that server.
True, yeah.
For sure.
I mean,
It looks
hopefully
like he
Fortis's
belonged.
internet is going to be pretty stable today. But if it doesn't, we've seen what Snow could do.
We've seen what Snow can do. I think that he's inadequate, and I think that he's a different kind of player to Fortis as well. I think that he has different strengths and a different play style, and that play style that he has may even be more effective against certain teams. It's not. I think what he shows, it's not even necessarily a case of that he's a lesser player at all. I think he really belongs, on that squad, and it's good to see.
What else is
I mean,
good to
back to
see?
the question. I always wonder, um, where this tournament would be if VG decided to put up a team. Like,
True.
what matchups would we be looking at right now?
True.
Look, I'm gonna be. I'll speak completely honestly. I think VG in was very inactive, and usually they don't have a problem coming back. But this time, we felt shaky, and that's not the reason really that that they didn't put a squad. It was more to do with kind of scheduling and shit.
Just
Like,
commitments.
yeah, like Jats had scheduling problems, and I think like few of us, like Fo and I, weren't really feeling it. This one, I kind of wanted to be in the booth for this tournament.
Yep. Yep.
But
Lovely to have you.
I don't want the storyline to be, EX1 or BSC1 just because VG didn't play. Like, whatever happens at the end of this tournament, I'm not the reigning champ anymore. VG, we're not the reigning champs anymore. We've been dethroned. The fact that we didn't put a team forward, that's our problem. That's our problem. And it's been 7 months, you know. So whoever wins this tournament, they're the best in the region. It's as simple as that, You hate to say it, you hate to admit it, but that's just the cold hard truth. And I have no problem with that. I've always said I want to, being VG, I want to scrim like the lesser teams. I just want the scene to grow. I just want this scene to be the best it can possibly be. I don't want this game to die because at the end of the day, I love it. I think we all do. And
Yeah.
that's why we're still here, even though in the community we're always bagging the game for its deficiencies and the patches that we don't like, the changes that we don't like, but we're still here because it's a pretty good foundation.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, it would have been the skill gap was just EXVG at the top. There wasn't
Yeah.
really anyone else even close to that. But
Oh,
But
don't,
if you
don't
chuck-
sleep on Inquisition.
huh?
Don't sleep on the Inquisition.
Oh yeah, they were
We
right.
were the third place holders. Lock that shit down.
Also,
True.
the
They
old
were.
teams
If you-
that have come
if
and
you look at the
gone,
scene
AE,
nowadays-
Inquisition, we've seen so many great old players pass and great new players learn
Yeah.
from.
I feel like that skill gap's closed now because if you chuck in VG, I reckon instead of it being two top teams, it'd be like BSC, Backbox, EX, and VG as like a circle. So
Yeah.
it really shows like the skill gap in itself closing in on each other. Whereas before in like the Mason Cup, it was pretty big.
Well, also, just look at all the teams that probably like the unsung heroes of this tournament who gave us so many entertaining matches. Who
100%.
didn't make it all the way to the finish. They're not in the last day, but we saw some amazing matches from Stragglers, the free throw from Zion. Psych really showed up. They showed us an interesting gameplay. The example of B team, like veterans of old, they had a good run. It just here's all these teams, even the Scotland Maggots, Conquista.
Let's go up the Scotland Maggots.
They all showed up, and I can say they all had their standout moments. We saw Spearsy, I'm pretty sure at one point, like win a 1v3 or something crazy like that. And even the players, everyone was like, "Oh, this player isn't that good." But even in the teams that didn't go all the way, we saw some great plays from almost everybody in the tournament. Everyone's got their own skill set. There's no situation I look at, except with like the super new players. There's no situation I look like this person still hasn't learned how to combo to parry, or this person still doesn't understand drags. I just look at a bunch of players who are like, wow, here's everyone who understands a good portion of the fundamentals. They all have unique skill sets, and I just think like, I can see it. I'm just like, maybe if we moved a couple of these players around, here's a new standout team out of nowhere. And I think that's what we'll see in the draft tournament, hosted by the Scourgrad developers.
Ooh, very keen.
That's
Very
gonna
excited
be
for that.
crazy. Because
Yeah,
if
I'm
you
very
thought
keen for
we're gonna see new team synergies, new player synergies that we haven't been able to see before, and yeah, keep an eye out on a lot of the standout players. We
When
saw
is that?
Sucrose.
Scalagrad tournament.
From what I understand, it's been pushed back to 2 weeks after this tournament, but you know that's all kind of.
How do the
giving me an
signups
idea.
how do the signups work for that? Are they closed or are they still underway? Like, do we know who's in the tournament?
So how the draft
Till we
tournament is going to
draft.
work? Yes. So how the tournament is going to work is that we will have, I believe, 2 weeks from the end of this tournament to get placed in the Scourgrad ladder, and then basically the top. The number we were given was 100. I don't know if we'll pull 100 players for a draft tournament. Maybe we
100
would. We
max
could-
though.
Yeah, 100 max players. So if you don't score the top 100 Scourgrad, if we have 100 qualifying players and you're the 101st, then you might not be able to play. But
I'll link the Scalagrad Discord in the Twitch chat for people that's asking about it. You can go have a gaze.
yeah,
Hey.
there will be some more announcements. There will be discussions between the sort of Scourgrad developers and OC. But that's a tournament we're pretty sure will be very quickly on the horizon. So the scene's not going to go into a stasis. We have Revival Cup. The people running and involved in this tournament are here to stay, and they've proven that they can run a tight ship.
Yeah, this has been pretty smooth.
Yeah, I
Out
think
of all the
even
other ones, right, definitely the smoothest tourney.
Captain Shotgun posted in chat before. I had a full Mordhau tourney bingo list of all the bad stuff that could happen, and we hit none of them. Good shit. I'm actually proud of that.
Yeah, you
That-
should be. Reggie's been a
What-
big
what's the
Reggie's been a
free
big part of
space?
it. You know, we've had a really great team of organizers. I think we wrote a pretty fantastic fucking rule book for this one as well. And
Oh, yeah.
and the whole team like kind of chipped in and was responsible for
Yeah,
that.
I was glad
everyone
to
did
be
their
a part. I was glad to be a part of some of the discussions, like between Cheeky
Yeah,
about the weapon bans, the uncertainty.
Yeah,
I
love
was
it.
really surprised.
Shella was a big part of that as well, for sure. The whole organizing process, the whole rule book writing process. Shella had a lot of input.
A lot
on
of
that.
late night discussions going into
A
that.
lot of late night
Yeah.
discussions. Stucky had it.
Some spelling and grammar debates. Yeah.
If we
I-
only had like 1 or 2 people working on this rulebook and stuff, there would have been so many issues right now. But the fact that we had like an entire team of people from the scene, from different
Yeah,
groups and
yeah.
stuff,
Yeah.
really narrowed out all the possibilities.
I think that's really important. If you're thinking of hosting your own tournament in this scene,
Get
what
some
seems
tight.
to be successful are a lot of talk and discussion with a variety of players before the tournament even has its registration open. Just really ironing out that rule book. Don't have these weird consistency rules like when you can or cannot throw a weapon. Simplify and make it effective. Cover all your bases, and that's what this rulebook really did. I don't think we've had a moment where like, oh, what do the rules say? It's and we've had
Yeah,
a
yeah.
very reliable head ref to cover the whole situation. I think Gary's done a
Gary-
great job
shout
in
out to
terms of
Gary.
assistance.
Gary's
Yeah,
been-
shout out to Chosen as well, Sponta for showing up. It's been
All the
really
all the
good.
assistant
I think
refs.
for all tournaments, you're gonna need the firm iron fist of King Bobo.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Where in terms of just
In terms
At
of
the
setting
past-
up the rules and
Yeah.
enforcing them.
yeah, look,
Mm.
I came in. I think I came in to the organizer position with strong like ideas.
You had a war
Yes.
axe in hand.
I had a war axe in hand because mate, like I had a bone to pick with this scene. With the I
Mm.
think we've had. I think our rules have been underdeveloped, and you know what? Credit to the team, they listened, and credit to EX as well for the weapon bans because they were obviously the big dissenting voices for the weapon bans. But at the end of the day, we talked it through, and they were happy with it in the end. They accepted it. And what I think is good about this tournament as well, which EX are going to be happy about is, they've still made it into the grand. Like right now, they're still the most dominant team. Like in
Yeah, yeah.
the tournament so far,
I would actually
even with the weapon bans.
Really going to
you know?
show that
I
they're
would
I
really
don't
like
think
to
you can
get
call
their
them like.
opinion.
I don't think that you can debunk them. Like you can say what you want about Pingu and shit, but if you want, you just ban his fucking class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
He-
he's still
you
showing
can't
up and doing
dispute
quite
that.
well with non-arming sword weapons.
yeah.
People
Yeah.
have been banning shit against him, and he's still like showing up. People have been
He
banning
pulls up, he's
weapons
adaptable.
against EX, and EX has still been
I genuinely think,
so good.
even if Pingu didn't have a one-hander and a shield, he'd be one of the best players in the region.
Yeah, I
Because
think
He's
that
just
so.
guy
got that
has
amazing
a
reading
lot of game
ability.
sense.
Yeah, he's
His
got
game
the amazing
sense
game sense
and
as well.
his ability to turn on people that are behind him and like look for those
It's
True.
is
interesting.
actually underrated. in
Yeah, I
that
love
fight.
that.
It's interesting, Fez, because like Pingu has been like the biggest dissenting voice, but I think one of the players that's benefited the most in the sense that like the respect that he's getting, like that he's garnering now, because people are banning shit against him and he's still like popping off. The same with the rest of EX. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
like this is like validation for EX as a clan.
Validation for Pingu. It shows he doesn't need to tell
Yeah,
the people that he doesn't need a crutch on
Yeah.
the weapon.
Yeah,
he's
he's
still
not a-
confident
Yeah.
with so
he's
many
not a
weapons.
crutcher.
He's the one saying, "Oh, I don't want weapon bans." But mate, look, even with weapon bans, you're still dominating the server. It's one of those things. He was against it. I feel like coming into the next tournament, I'd be surprised if he was still against it because he's just like, no, hang on, mate. Like I'm still fucking.
I mean, I
Like, it's
suppose
the
I can
same- it's
understand
one
why
of the-
Pingu would be
it's
against it.
normalised.
Obviously, I think anyone can, but it's just
Yeah.
like I think he underestimates his abilities to do other things than duel. I think he's
Pingu-
a really good team player, and
Pingu's-
that doesn't matter what weapon he's playing.
Yeah, he's
That's
just
not-
chimed
we
into the
wanted to
chat
address
actually.
with this.
Just let me use an arming sword.
That's what we wanted to address with this rulebook. Is there are two ways to look at how good people are. There's just the outright how good they are at killing things with their best weapon, but then there's also the stuff behind that. And with the weapon bans, it forces people to show that they are actually good players, that they have good fundamentals and game sense and positioning. It's sort of just removes that top layer that everyone always looks at.
It's legitimizing. It's legit. And I remember in the scrims as well, like speaking to Maino would tell me, mate, like even without the arming sword, Pingu's the best player like on the server in terms of when we were having some scrims against them. Like he was saying, this guy's having the most impact. Like he's
Yeah.
having the most impact when he's not playing that
I
like.
think that's
people
because
playing
he's the
army.
most aware. On the X, I'd say Pingu is the most aware of what's happening everywhere. And the Armored Sword's good for him because he can control that initiative and like
Yeah.
keep his wits about him while still having the scary offense.
Many hours of SPQR training for Pingu has brought him to this
100%.
moment. People say EX made him. Nah.
No, I
SPQR
think
made
he
him.
was made by
I think
SPQR.
Dolan made him. Shout
His
out to Dolan,
hometown.
Mr. Jack. The
SPQR, mate. SPQR made Splunter, mate. They made Enigma. They made
They made me.
Pingu. Like, whew.
Cheeky
They
was in
made Reggie.
SPQR.
They made
think.
wasn't Ducky?
Yeah,
in
that's
it as
made
well?
cheeky.
They made
Yeah,
Ducky.
Yeah,
Ducky is
definitely made
Praetorian.
They made Valorfrax. They made Noodle Man. Like up the
Half the
Praetorian.
scenes come from SPQR.
Everyone
Yeah.
comes from
was in
somewhere
SPQR
apart from
once upon a
Maynard.
time.
Vet's
That kid
committed
got
so much
spawned
to
in.
the scene, man. It's incredible. He doesn't get as much credit as he deserves. He does so much,
100%.
man.
Yeah,
And a lot of it's
up to him.
underrated.
You
No,
feel that, Bob?
Venomerics is like people give SPQR a lot of slack because they would stack frontline servers and they had a bit of a tough playstyle to verse. But Venomerics, the amount of tournaments he's been involved with, rule books he's helped with, streams, casting.
The team
just
would be
running
dead today
events as
without him, I
well.
reckon. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is honestly, if you like talk about some of the players that really kept this team together, he is such an important person because
He's
him and
one of
all
the biggest
people in
figureheads
SPQR.
in OC, I reckon.
100%.
In the community.
Also, the induction of new players, just the
Yeah,
amount of just people who
retaining
show
He
up.
gets
players.
new
have
plays
those
into
SPQR
clans, and then those people go off to join the comp scene. That's kind of how I started.
That's
So
that's how
he's
I
like,
got here. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
also how
it's
I
massive.
started.
he has
He's been very
so
important.
much of an impact on the
He
community.
sounds like a
that people don't
recruitment
see.
agency.
Yeah.
He is, and he's the best one OC has. We gotta be
100%.
thankful for SPQR.
I wouldn't have anyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go make myself a coffee. I'll leave you guys to it for a few
now would be
minutes.
a
I'll be right
great time
back.
for a drink break. I'm still drinking my Mango Loco, same can from earlier. I didn't get through
Lovely.
all of it.
Alright, be back soon.
No problem.
What flavor did you get, Shella?
The Mango Loco.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, what else?
Let me see what you said in BSC chat.
Oh, is there anything else we could talk about? We could talk about some of the previous teams that we've seen came through. Talking about the SPQR team, they had a very strong lineup for this tournament. But
Yeah,
sadly,
just ended up the players that they wanted weren't around when they needed them the most, which is unfortunate. I'm lucky for BM though; they were also short a player, but if one of them rocked up, it would have been game changing.
yeah,
It was the fight for the first person to get their fourth.
Literally, and then you both lost.
well, talking about players showing up on time, I've heard tales of one of Picas's players. I'm pretty sure had to break into his own house to make it in time for.
Yeah, he got
couldn't fit
locked
through
outside.
the dog door. Yeah, he got locked out of his own house. The commitment to the game that player showed, just breaking into his own house, that's impressive.
No, he ended up having to get a friend to lockpick the door. But the chat message between Picas and I was missing a player. He's locked outside. Then 5 minutes later, he's trying to fit through the dog door. And it's just never mind. He's getting a mate to lockpick it.
Yeah,
was
great
so
shout out to the SPQR team or teams. Let me check. Should
Yeah,
be
teams.
checking my facts. But still a great performance. I thought Zcat, Woe, Hippo, Demon, Windows XP, Korik, really standout players. I actually really like their matches. I'm always happy to see SPQR never have a boring team in the tournament. You know, they always have some standout players. Even if all their players are graduating, moving into some of the best teams, they still got some solid, respectable. They show up and they do the job. You know.
They develop talent, but at the same time they stay competitive in the tournaments and give us credit, mate. What was that match? It was against BM, I think, mate. That was like one of the most funnest series. I think Reggie can attest to it when he comes back. But the SPQR BM series was so fun to cast and watch. It was a great series.
It was fun to play as well.
Yeah.
No,
Good
man, you
stuff.
should have heard Noodle at the end.
Yeah.
Reggie can attest to how loud he gets when he's excited when he went to get a drink.
Good
I
vibes.
think-
That's what you need.
Yeah. I'm
think-
a bit loud myself. I know that. So
There's,
I love loud players.
There's one clip from the sport tourney, the CMV5, from when Cabins won the 1v2 in the archery thing. And after that, they let us interview, and that's sort of what the chat was like. If anyone can be bothered to find that.
I'm gonna duck out for 5 to 10. I'm gonna leave you guys to hold the booth. I'm sure you're all capable.
Yep.
I'll be back soon, lads.
All right, Dougie, do you want to talk about? I think you're more involved in this part of the tournament. OC wants us to talk about the outstanding Scotland Maggots performance.
Straight up.
I
OC
think they did
slept
have
on
some
player.
actually interesting matches.
I want to see them
although
in
they didn't
the
make it too far.
Scalagrad draft 20. They better sign up, or I'm going to be knocking on their doors with a 14-11. I mean, wait, I shouldn't say that.
I'm going to be honest. Like, they were genuinely one of the. It was pretty cool to see these people that are new to the scene who necessarily never had comp experience just go and play their heart out. It was
Yeah.
honestly, they were honestly some of the most fun matches to watch. And yeah, one thing I wanted this tourney to be, I wanted it to be sort of the one where newer teams like Scotland Maggots and C&Q can sort of just form up, and if they stay together, teams like Praetorians or even us, we could teach them up, so then they get to our level, and then they can move up again to BSC and all that.
Talking
that-
about
that'd be
a what's it, a sort of maybe a unspoken team or something that doesn't get mentioned very often, Chainmail Gang, who have been around since, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken, the 10v10 tournament, maybe even before that. But Nope, Silver Lloyd, GMD, Moose, Surge, Mutt, they all had. Well, I mean, they're a very new team. GMD is probably the most established player of the lot, but I've seen a lot more
DMD,
new players.
another slept on player.
Yeah, him,
He is-
Control, and
he is.
Enigma are a deadly trio. of
Control is a
players.
freak of nature. Don't mention that guy's name. He's a strange human.
Yeah, he's.
He's
fucking
got what? He's
scary.
probably got one of the best. Like, he's probably one of the best duelers in this region.
Mm.
Out of the pure fact that he's just an absolute freak.
Yeah, freaking nature.
He is.
Yeah, but those three players, Enigma, GMD, Control. I don't know. They seem to all have a very similar background, and they're all like Control especially. But GMD and Enigma showing up very strongly in these, especially Enigma holding a lot of 1v1s,
Enigma's
1vx's
clean, is it?
against. Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Yeah, there was a time where JMD was just your normal jeweler, and then just literally in a week or two, he went from 0 to hero. He
Mm.
improved 110%, and that was insane to watch.
I like seeing players that are previously, they kind of slept on. You see them in the duel yard, but then they start pulling up in scrim servers and actually like team fighting.
Well, I'll
Not
tell
just going to
you-
the edge of the map and taking a duel, but like getting in amongst the mess.
I'll tell you what. Talking about a team of like relatively newer players who really showed up. Olo, the Cute Boys, a bit of a funky
Oh, yeah,
name,
yeah.
but Trash Can Tet, I'm gonna say Cizera, Ropey Jr., Astral Plane. I don't think a lot of us have seen these players show up to pugs or private scrims. Maybe they have a bit more of a frontline background, but they had an amazing tournament run. I
They had
mean,
some pretty
in
decent synergy.
winners side, they beat the Scotland Maggots. They lost to Delta, who we're now seeing are at least first or second place, so very respectable loss. And then they beat the Casino Kings team. They beat the Zion team in that a bit of an unfortunate 3v4, but they definitely showed some good gameplay. And then they finally got slayed by Psych, who are very established players. Disenfroll and Niall, a deadly duo. So
I know that team, OWO, was helped out a lot by Young Maina.
Yeah,
And you can see
OWO
that in that playstyle.
Owo and Tofu are really strong players, and Ben, actually just all of them, they all have this synergy. So when we were scrimming them, they all knew exactly where they wanted to be. And
Yeah.
it's just, it's pretty good.
That's good. I like
Yeah, the
seeing people like not just walk into a skirmish and split into 4 duels. That it might as well be a duel tourney. You want to see the mess. You want to see everyone get amongst it and get messy, and that's where the skill cap is. The skill cap's not dueling. The skill cap's in the team fighting.
Yeah.
What I don't like see, I don't mind seeing the duel thing unfold. I like seeing the whole duel oriented play style come into effect when it's like a counter to another team, when it's like a strategy. But before it was too like default.
Yeah.
Like no, people weren't trying other things enough, and that's what made it sort of complacent, and boring like to watch. It was the standard for so many of the games. I think against a lot of the VG-EX like clashes like were like unfolded like that. And it's interesting because it was just that was like the strategy that one or the other team wanted to like employ. Whereas
Shout out to
you know,
Backbox. They came up with a strategy that I think other teams have tried to at least mimic. I know us boys at the BC Sigma team, we saw that kind of dominant performance. So like, how can we adapt that strategy? And we really wish we practiced this more. But that was our kind of second game against the EXA team. That's the strategy we tried to employ. Try and mix it up, group up, make it into more of a clusterfuck of an engagement, and it's definitely effective.
Definitely something that needs to be practiced, and it's harder to practice than just hopping into a duel yard, you know?
Yeah,
But
keep
that
in
is,
mind.
in my opinion, that is where the skill cap lies.
Keep in mind, like if you're in a pug situation and the scrim just breaks out into 4 joules, that's boring. But if you're in a tourney and it's a genuine strategy to win, then that's
Yeah.
a different field. It's something else to talk about.
In the VG days, I'd have loved to seen those guys force the team fight against EX. I reckon.
yeah. See,
Fights would have been
with VG, I think the thing was we wanted to force Jules because our strategy was that we thought that we were mechanically superior, and that was the strategy, and it was normally when it went the other way, it was normally EX who wanted to force like the team
Yeah.
fight, but there was a like between the two there was there was a difference in what the two teams wanted to do. Do you know what I mean? Like EX wanted to ball up more, and VG wanted to spread them out. So at least that kind of made more. But the thing is, in a lot of those skirmishes, it was VG who got their way, and it ended up being a lot of duels happening. Not purely.
It is definitely harder to force a team fight than it is to force duels. Without a doubt.
Well, I think a lot of players, their comfort zone is sort of like in the 3v3, 4v4 engagements. They like standing back. They like seeing the other players in their peripheral, and they like preventing switches, like catching other people trying to run away from them, or switching onto someone who's trying to switch onto you. That seemed to be the favorite strategy for the top teams
Yeah.
for a long time.
Because it's comfortable,
duels-
That's how everyone gets into the comp scene is
Duels with
through duel
ideal
servers.
switches, There's no messy engagements where everyone's behind everyone. It's more like, oh, I can now see there's an opportunity to switch and I'm going to take it. It's almost like
There's only
blind
one way
switches
to get to
around
that state, and it's through the mess. You have to get through
Yeah.
that mess and perfect the switches.
We saw that with the box games, especially the most recent one. We could see how hard you guys were just trying to force a clusterfuck.
And I mean, it wasn't entirely unsuccessful in the last series as well. Like they had success. I think it was tight on the last map.
Well, there's actually a team I want to talk about who had a sort of a similar strategy from what I've seen. Maybe not as finely tuned without the help of Mano, but Stragglers, I think, had a very switch-heavy, group-heavy gameplay. And we saw in some of their matches, they were pretty dominant, but they did have a run-in pretty early on into the bracket against Backbox. Do you have any kind of perspective on how your match against Stragglers, Ben Rubik's team, went, Fez?
Well, I mean, it was kind of like we knew that we were mechanically better, which is like really a lot of the fucking skill cap is just being mechanically better, It's it's a lot harder to beat teams through strategies if you're not mechanically better.
Yeah.
And that's just what it boils down to. Is just how much time you've got on this game.
Because I saw in their matches, like Stragglers against WC and the Stragglers, especially against the BCV team, they showed up with these interesting strategies. You saw Ben Rubik on more on some of these matches, a lot of stabbing weapons, a lot of switching, a lot of dynamic movement around the map. But they didn't have the same level of success as you. So you're saying the primary difference is that they're not as established mechanically.
They're just not as seasoned. Like our team has just got a lot more hours, and it just comes down to the experience. I think a lot of a lot of the fact that YEX is so dominant is because they've all got those hours. Like that's undoubted, and the fact that they're such seasoned duelers that if you try and force a team fight, and they hold so much initiative in the duels, it's hard to do.
Well, also another major factor, EX has been not the entirely same team, but there's no drama where EX is like split into two. They've got the same core people showing up, and that shifts over time. But at the end of the day, EX is a well synergized, they get along with each other. They're like, of all the teams, like VG and EX, definitely like they have longevity. They've worked with each other for so long. There's no massive blind spots where like this player is not working well with the team. They all have synergy, and that's really
Yeah.
impactful. That also helps them force those kind of duels because they know what their teammates are capable of. They know what opportunities they will create.
Keep in mind, a large part of why EX are also so dominant is just they're good players. They're in the right mindset. They want to always get better, and they're just switched on. And if you take them all apart one by one, they're still really strong players. Like they're up there. They are the top players right there. If you take them out one by one, and when you put them together, they have all these hours together. They have all this synergy, and it just kind of mashes together. And that's what's going to be interesting against BSCA is they're also really good players, but they don't have the years behind them of playing together. Now they might have. Well, I mean, OC is small enough as they might have played together, but BSC
They practice a
formed
lot.
couple months ago. Yeah,
I know when I was playing with BSC A team, X and I were putting upwards of like 80 and 90 hours every 2 weeks, just gunning it, and every player was just really on that game with the practice, showing up to all the EX VG scrims. And that's what I can say about the A team is that the only player who's like relatively new to that synergy is Infamy, and Infamy is just such a well-rounded, adaptable player. He fit right in, fills a great role.
Yeah, he's a nice guy, and he's been around for years.
I think what the difference is, right, between EX and BSC, and I think where I can relate to BSC right now is, why I think VG had such a great reign was because of the hunger. Because they lost in Venitus, they lost the 3v3 against the Infernus lineup. They had just been on the periphery like for so long without like a solid like squad. There was the Void debacle, the tournament that like didn't end in like a finish when VG won 1, EX won 1, and then there was the drama. It was like, oh, it's meant to be double Elim, but they didn't play a second, so it ended up being undecided. It was like no one won, and then in Mason Cup 2, they lost by 1 round. We lost by 1 round. What BSC has that VG has, I think, is a bone to pick because they hadn't won yet. They don't have the crowns yet. So Exemplar are coming in with the experience, the grit, but BSC might be coming in with the hunger. And I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be a hungry player. I know what it's like. And like in that 2v2, I came into that hungry because I'd been in the periphery of the scene for so long. I'd been benched, rightfully so, on the VG squad for so long. So when I finally got my chance with Jats, I wanted it. I wanted that fucking crown.
You'll see that.
I think that is what we might be seeing from BSC. We're seeing players like Pobo, Solve, Loth, who have been like top tier players for very long, seen it all, but never got that chance at the crown. They've been waiting for this moment, so they're coming into the match with hunger. That's going to be the problem for Exemplar. If they can't match that hunger, they need to want this as well, because if BSC shows up with that hunger, it's a different kind of motivation that they're going to have. But like I said, Exemplar, like Ducky said, sorry, they're coming in with experience and the grit, and they haven't. The last 2 skirmish tournaments didn't go their way though, so they kind of have a hunger in and of themselves. They want to reestablish themselves as the best, so like it's both teams are coming in with an interesting, the storyline's interesting. One has extreme hunger and the other team has extreme experience mixed in with hunger as well. Like they both have something to prove, and that's what's going to make it a pretty like crazy storyline, I think, for this grand final.
there's history. Infamy, Infamy in the first Void tournament, I think that's where he really grit his teeth with the third place finish, being out EXP. With Loftus, I know he's pretty feisty after losing the set to Pingu and Post Meridian in the previous 2v2, the same one I believe you won, Bobo. He definitely he feels as if he could have done better, and he's hungry. These are players who are like constantly just like third or fourth place. They feel like they can go the distance, but then there's EX, top dogs, the most experienced players, constantly shutting out these positions. And now here's their like big shot to slug them right in the face, take that first place position. A lot of these players have been playing for a very long time, for over 2 years. They're gunning for that crown. These are
Yeah,
people.
that makes
Watching
There's
sense.
them-
history.
Watching them
Inf-
play today, they're starving. They're starving lions that have been caged for a while.
And
But
that's
they all
dangerous.
woke
That's
up today.
dangerous. I think that Infamy. I think we versed Infamy in the 2v2. Shella, did I verse them?
I don't
Because
remember
I
what
think, if I
Infamy
remember
scene was in
correctly,
2v2.
I think that Jats and I dropped a map against Infamy's team, if I remember correctly. I think that it was the best of 3 to get to the winners bracket final. I think we actually dropped a map to Infamy.
No,
So
he was
they
a
were
very strong player at the
they
time.
were
I
very
would not be surprised.
yeah, they were very strong, and like Jats and I had to like flip a switch. We had to flip a switch and come back, and just like he put up a fight.
Well, Loftus in that same tournament, he and we beat the second VGE team, which was I believe Haikun and Blade.
Yeah, which
If I'm not mistaken.
a lot of people saw that as an upset. I remember, but I said all respect to VG. Obviously, they're my boys. All respect to Haikun and Blade, some of the greats of the scene. But I seen that as a real possibility of you guys taking that match. I seen it's real, and it happened. And I think that was because of your hunger. I think that you were more hungry than they were. I think especially with Blade, because Blade had been out of the game for so long. I don't think that he had the same hunger that you guys had. And that
I think
and that
talking about
put you through.
hunger, back a very long time ago, back when EX were the underdogs against Conquest, I imagine they had that same hunger to kind of prove themselves to take that early top position
Right.
as like Mordau's greatest players, especially how much Nacho and Poland would fire other players up. So I'm kind of curious to see the BSC EX team. It's historic. It's an important match. It's for the Revival Cup, the return of a lot of great players, and really the gritting of people's teeth. People's
Oh.
teeth.
Bobo just popped out.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'll just finishing my thought.
It's gonna be a fucking exciting game. I'm hyped. I'm watching that box BSC game. That was pretty nuts.
I've really been surprised about the impact like weapon bans have had this tournament. I've been on both sides of what feels like of like good and bad weapon bans. So one thing I've noticed is that a lot of these players with like really standout weapon styles like Pingu, Infamy, Disenfroll, they've proven themselves. They got weapons that they're not one tricks, They're
Yeah.
showing up with all these strong alternatives. They're doing even better than they might be normally doing. As well as the fact I've seen it kind of backfire on certain players. Like I think that was a very impactful moment in the Stragglers match in their last one. Their weapon bans probably weren't as fine tuned as they could be, and they let my team have the mole, and that really kind of dissembled, really caused a lot of chaos in that match. But on the receiving end of that, in the matches like against the BSEA team, the weapon bans, we banned Mole out of self-detriment because we were afraid of Infamy's Mole.
Yeah.
And then they banned, if I'm not mistaken, it was Polehammer and Mesa. And then with a Poleaxe Mole ban, I just realized like, wow, my 4 most used weapons are all gone. And now I have to fight using weapons that I would not consider competitively viable, but they were used in the match. That match had a lot of people using Billhook and Bardiche, which has been
And-
very interesting to see, the very dynamic weapon selection.
Arguably, a player who can adapt to having their weapon banned, their main weapon banned, is more skilled than a person who can't.
Yeah, I think you'd see that in a lot of tournaments, like with the SPQR tournament. You could say, oh, this person is the best player because they always win every tournament, and all the tournaments are melee only. But then in the more dynamic tournaments, like the SPQR 2v2, you had people showing off how good they are in cavalry, how good they are with the bow and arrow, how good they are in the melee as well. And then I think you would also see the same thing if you had more of a more peculiar tournament like Battle Royale. You would see people use every weapon, use ranged options to remain competitively viable. And that was also a really fun part, albeit the 10v10 tournament was a mess. I actually think it was a very fun tournament to play in because you saw people, competitive players, come figure out like good toolbox building, good sneaking strats, how to take objectives effectively, and you add
Yeah.
that competitive lens to what's considered not really competitive skill.
Yeah, I was playing with the Praetorians at that point, and we had timings for attacking camp because we were going against KG.
I was there,
yeah,
and I
we were
remember
going to lose mechanically 1-on-1, so we had timing set up. Like half the team would go to the cavalry gate on the camp, and they'd wait 5 seconds, then they'd run around, and it was stuff like that, small stuff.
Yeah, I remember you were a
Yeah,
very
yeah.
dynamic, like well formationed, well coordinated team. Especially, and we get to see skill sets, that wasn't seen, like the catapult as well. Just seeing the fact that Jellyfish can just knock catapult shots out of midair,
Yeah.
and you guys have exceptional catapult players yourself. It's just like when you look at Mordhau as a game, the intended gameplay experience, which the developers have probably admitted, they've definitely put a lot more development time into Frontline since release than an Invasion, rather than the actual duels and scrims, especially since the ranked modes aren't as popular. It just is like, we have some of the best mechanical players playing in scrims and whatnot, and then we have also some really standout, interesting players in every other tournament. I think that's why I'm really looking forward to like future tournaments, because we've opened the floodgate in a way with weapon bans, with 4v4, new formats. People have been experimenting. The last couple of tourneys, this one included, have all been like changes of pace in some way or another. Like Gary's 2v2 had a very interesting map selection with Sarlacc pit and whatnot, and then the SPQR 2v2, very dynamic, 3 different parts of the tournament that you could sign up for, as well as before that we had the Schlot cursed 10v10, but it was a very interesting format.
Yeah, the memes that came out of that were funny. It's just, you say that about the Mordhau devs, but they've actually been making Frontline less competitive. They've been dumbing down the catapult. They've been nerfing horse into the ground. They gave everyone friendly and tenacious. It'll be interesting to see how the game survives. I think because it's such a niche gameplay, and we're all in it, whether you like it or not. We've wasted way too much time on this game.
Definitely.
It's they might screw it up or they might make it better. What's key to tournament surviving is how adaptable we are, or if another game can be made that replaces it. Like imagine Renown. Renown's meant to be Rust but with swords. If someone made a Mordhau mod for that, like let's say the combat was better than Mordhau, someone makes a mod which just turns it into Mordhau, gets rid of the Rust part, and just makes it a dual server. That'd be kind of interesting.
Well, also we've seen attempts at that previously with Mordhau. People made the Chivalry mod for Mordhau, adding the ability to backswing and whatnot. And I don't think that was very popular at the time because there are some changes that people, as a community, there's the intended experience. Mordhau was never designed to work like Chivalry, even though it has a lot of similarities. There's definitely some fine differences. I think Renown has its own game direction that will make it a very different environment. I don't think Mordhau competitive as we know it would exist in the same way in Renown, purely because the majority of Renown's game design isn't just going to be the melee system. Like Mordhau is a very refined melee system, and then everything was built after the fact. Renown is sort of like it's the Rust experience, and then we're probably going to see the melee system that be more like secondary to a lot of other things. Like we see in Rust, you don't just play Rust because you can shoot a gun. There's the very interesting building system. There's gunplay. There's the PvE elements. The very beautiful graphics. It just has a lot going on. And so I don't know if Renown could replace Mordhau, but it definitely shares that same player base. The same way Chivalry 2 is a different gameplay experience.
I'd agree with that analysis.
I wouldn't call it
So it's
gameplay. It's
vibe.
kind of just hold B and win.
I like Chivalry 2, but I'm a weird guy, I think it's a different experience. I'd say it's got a better frontline invasion experience. It's more dynamic. The maps are very interesting. Regardless, in 5 to 6 minutes, I believe we'll be starting our next match. At least, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll have to pop out and start my reffing duties. So yeah,
Yeah.
BSC just started hopping the pre-game, and I know EX are coming. So I'll
Just
leave you
Yeah,
guys
so
to
we
it.
got
I'm trying to get in.
the grand finals of this amazing tournament. We've seen a lot of interesting games, and it's going to be interesting to see that both BSC today and EX yesterday had very dominant performances. So I know we've been saying about this about a lot of matches, but it's going to be a fun one to watch.
Who do we got, boys? Who do you think? Who do you predict is gonna win?
Oh, if I had to choose, seeing BSC's performance today, they look strong, but I really like the EX pick here. I think what's really gonna what people aren't expecting is like the weapon ban decisions each team. Now that they've seen how the other teams play under certain circumstances, we're probably gonna see a new set of weapon bans. And if I were to pick, I think EX might go the distance. They're in a strong position from that grand finals. They're in the double elimination from winner's side, and they've been pretty dominant. I mean, I think everyone would agree. BSC has something to prove. EX, well, they're assumed to be the top dog.
Yeah, and that's what they're counting on. Like BSC got to count on the fact that we're picking EX to win. They need to get resentful of the fact that they're getting counted out. You know, that needs
Well,
to fuel
also,
them.
I think BSC, there might be that counter mentality. I don't think anyone in BSC might be like this, but I find whenever I have to verse EX, there's a certain level of more tournament nerves because they are that very well-established team. They don't talk much either, not very approachable. So some players in BSC might have a mental barrier that I've historically always lost to EX. What's going to change now? Is my team going to go the distance, especially since we lost to Backbox yesterday, who then lost to EX. Maybe we don't have the stuff. I don't think they have those doubts, but that could play a part in the mental game, which I think has been very important this tournament.
Mental game is important. What about you, Fez? Who do you think is going to
I
win?
think I don't want to put a prediction on it. I want to just see BSC come in with like a fresh mindset. Don't worry about anything that's happened before, and just play that heart out. You know what I mean? Give us a good
Yeah.
final, regardless of who wins.
Don't give him the commentator's curse.
Don't give them the commentator's curse. Look, I feel like all bets are off with this game. Like, we don't know what's going to happen in this game until it happens.
Look, if BSC win this, I know there's going to be a lot of cheering. These are players who have been hard fighting for it for years, who have not quite been there yet. A lot of these players, a massive influx of crowns into Australia. I mean,
I'm
yeah.
definitely rooting for BSC to win, just because they're the underdogs, and it's always nice to see the underdogs win. I think I speak for most people when I say that.
Yeah, I'm
Who
also
doesn't love
rooting
a
for
good underdog
BSC.
story?
Exactly.
I'm also rooting for BSC because a lot of those players like Sponsor.
I mean, you are BSC. You are BSC.
Yeah, you don't have a say in this, Shelly. You
Yeah,
are
you have to go
BSC.
for BSC.
Yeah.
You can't be
I
up
love
here
these-
saying, "Oh, I'm going for EX."
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm in BSC, but I'm for
I
EX.
think EX will win, but that doesn't mean I want them to win. There's a difference. You know?
Shell's up here like, oh no, yeah, I'm in BSC, but I prefer EX, so if you want to recruit me, you know, you can.
No, I don't think EX will have me. But yeah, I've been in teams with Infamy Loftus before BSC, and I know I've been gunning for crowns with them. I'm sad to not be able to play with them this tournament, but I know these players, and I want them to win. I want them to have their big breakthrough, and it looks like this is the best chance they're gonna have till the draft tournament. So it's gonna be good.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I got chills. I'm not playing.
I'm getting nervous.
I got chills.
I'm not even playing.
Exactly. That's how you know we got a good matchup. What is gonna happen?
I wonder what the tension is like in the comms right now. They're all in the pre-game lobby. I think it'd be interesting. Maybe they're talking a bit of smack. Who knows? Maybe EX is dead silent, and yeah,
Maybe.
they're not
Maybe.
they're not very talkative. BSC is opting for red team. I think that's actually a psychological tactic. there's been a lot of jokes on the inside of VSC taking the red team from EX because they like taking the red team, you know?
Certainly.
And the hour is upon us. My shift tab. The hour is 2:29 and 40 seconds. And we're scheduled to go at 2:30, so get ready, folks.
This is going to be probably one of the best matches of the year. Who knows? We got only first half of the year, but it's going to be the best match that I've seen in months.
Can't wait.
But like I was saying, if we're feeling tension and nervous in the casters group, I wonder how the players are doing on both sides.
I wonder.
This has to be at least a little bit stressful, you know?
Just doing a final leak before the before it starts. Get all my nervous piss out of me.
Yeah, get it all up. Weight reduction. You need to be nice and light for the.
Nice and lean.
To pop out of the
Massively.
chair.
Coming into the booth.
I think I'll just, if it comes down to it, you know, I don't want to miss a second of this match, so.
Just
it
get a
is what
jug.
it is.
Get a jug on standby.
I'll use my empty mango can.
There you go. Improvise.
I just use the
adapt,
floor a
overcome.
lot of the time. I don't
Just
really
vacuum
worry
it
about
out.
anything.
We gotta start a piss draw, right? Just to get through this match. Bro, I love the greatest players in Mordhau's history just in the lobby. Love to see some heat in the Twitch chat. People rooting. If you prefer EX to win, BSC to win, what your thoughts are, please let us know.
I think we're gonna get the lineups happening now, any moment. For the kendo.
You know what I'm looking forward to, Bob?
What are you looking forward to?
The return of Good Evening.
Oh, we've
I'd
all
love
been
to see
waiting
the
for
return
that.
of
We
Good
just
Evening.
need that guy to come back. He needs to watch this tourney and think, what is going on here? And just come back and put everyone in the picture.
That's
We
it.
got support of the BSC Sigma team in chat. They're cheering on the A team, rightfully so.
Imagine how hype that would be. We see him make a return to comp. Get him in the team.
Joins back box.
I believe I was talking to Poland the other day, and he was talking about returning to the game, which would be very interesting.
Would be interesting.
Holland's still a strong player.
Yeah, he really is.
He's never been weak. And he used to play on 60 Hz monitor as well, I think.
And
Still an
so we
absolute
begin,
titan.
Mole v Mole, the first match at the Kendo, the grand finals.
Infamy takes the first hit. Oh, he gets a hit back though.
The hit for hit, Mole is such a scary matchup. Any mistake could end the fight. And Fortis, he picks up the first kill of the Kendo, gets a nice little feint on the turnaround. Good chamber dash, good chamber lean. He's got a massive stamina advantage. Bit of lag on Big Rig side, but matters not to Fortis.
Now it's up to
Fortis really
Turbo.
clean shot. Great makeup.
I almost don't want to speak because I'm so concentrated on what's going to happen. Beautiful kick coming up from Pobo. Nice hit comes out. Can he bring it back for BSC? He can. He frags
Turbo, a
Fortis.
very strong player, but he's starting with a small disadvantage. He's backing off to get a bit of
He's
stamina. again.
X4ing. No
He's
fear.
taunting Pingu, but Pingu says, you better take me seriously, because I am deadly with the armor sword.
He gets a hit back.
They're both one hit. Ooh,
And he
Pingu
takes
gets laid
Pingu.
out. Turbo has a big opportunity to heal here.
2v2s now. 2 jewels left.
And we're very far away from what's it? Imperial's inside of the map, so Provo wins this one. Cheeky. He's up
Takes
to
him out.
Sponsor to 1v2 now.
Disapproves. Sponsor gets the first hit out.
That's YV's very popular weapon in a lot of these kendos. Sponsor takes a hit, just barely missing the chamber. And
I think Cheeky's on one hit now.
Oh, he gets fanned out. It's one hit either way. And Wise, you never know what can happen. Ooh,
Ooh,
balls.
Cheeky
EX taking
closes
the
it out.
kendo. I think having that ban advantage isn't too important in this matchup. I don't know. The BSC team is very dynamic in their weapon choices, so I don't know.
I know for us, we weren't too worried about the kendos just because we kind of knew what people would ban and we knew what we were banning.
Well, I'm kind of curious to see which team is going to end up banning more. We saw Fortis do really nicely there, but I don't think EX is going to leave that option open because, as we've seen, they've banned, I'm pretty sure, Mole in all of their matches so far. I could be wrong about that, but they do not like versing Mole or Polehammer, which seem to be the most prevalent or banned weapons in the tournament.
BC going for that Taj ban, the respect ban for Pingu. And Pingu said, and chat
I
in
think
response.
Zia says both shields banned. I actually, without leaking anything, there's the Mole ban from EX. I think it's going to be a double shield ban.
They
Wow.
might Buckler as well.
They really don't want to see Pingu with any survivability this game.
And
They
this
want him to lose on Stam.
This might be a wrench in the works for Pingu because
And then Polehammer ban.
he's solely been like a one-handed weapon, but suddenly the one-handers are much less.
I know this
viable.
was, if we beat BSC, this was our plan as well to ban Taj and Buckler.
I think, well, I mean, it makes sense to me. Pingu in a lot of these matches is showing his awareness, his survivability has been slowing down the more dynamic playstyles, and it's been problematic. He just stays alive for too long. I think banning both his shields, getting rid of that active parry, getting rid of his extra stamina options. If he wants to keep using one-handers, it's going to be a pretty strong risk to his own survivability. So I think it's the bans that make sense, but they also open themselves up for Snow getting in there and replacing it. I think they could run that just as easily. But here we are. We have the Executioner Swords. Why? Bastard Sword from Pingu.
Massa coming out for Sold as well. He does like this weapon, but it's not something that he always runs. He gets the first hit onto Imperialism, and we're off for the grand final. Both 2v2s are underway. Loftus gets the first pick.
Infamy and Loftus, really good synergy with one another, moving in between each other, cleaning up their two fights, and it's going to be a very quick round for BSC Delta. That's the kind of momentum they're looking for. They are feisty, and the first round shows it. With the BSC lineup, they're all getting kill participation in all of these attacks.
And this is already looking better for BSC Delta. I think that this is their best squad, their best 4 players, and hopefully they're coming with their best form. Pingu has opted to use the Bastard Sword, but without a shield. So I wonder how much practice he's had with that. The stand situation's not going to be good for him.
Yeah, he's already out of stamina.
2v1s happening right now, but EX gets the first pick.
And double fire again and send back, but yeah, as we've seen, that double shield ban already having an effect because Pingu, he didn't make a single mistake that round, but he was still almost out of stamina before it seemed
I think it's a good pick for Pingu to play Bastard Sword just because of the Stam game over the Arming Sword, but
yeah, the Arming Sword
on its own, no shield, it's still just gonna be outmatched by 2-handers.
Can't hide the animations,
This might
but
have
he
been
still
a
holds
great
his own that
opportunity.
round.
Great opportunity to use one-handed Mesa, but I don't think it's a very good one-hander. So it does keep you alive on Stam. EX are answering back, very dynamic fights.
Now it's down to the
Trying to hold that one
2v2.
through. Cheeky had a decent hold, but his team could not clean up fast enough. Up to Fortis, Pingu, but Pervo and Salt. Pervo and Salt, as we know, a very strong duo. But Fortis is on the loose, he gets Pervo in the back. Salt goes down, it shuts up the Pervo, and Fortis, great plays there.
Fortis
Really
has carried
getting the
that.
move on. Yeah.
Fortis has carried that 2v2 though.
Yeah, very well played from them. Tight
Made the right
round.
call.
BSC won 1 2v2, EX the other, and then EX win the final 2v2 to make it 2-1 on the scoreboard.
Holmes is switch over to the body. It's not really a popular choice for most tournament participants, but he really likes it. And Loftus is going to be
Loftus on the first pick.
kill.
Oh,
He
beautiful
lean
lean back.
He leans it. He's got to hold himself against Cheeky. Cheeky's got to hold out this 1v2 and shows his teammates Furyism.
Ooh,
Furyism.
kill the team.
Unfortunate team kill. Imp has won 1v3s in the past, but...
Imp,
he
mate.
picks up the first kill. He's low on stamina though, and
Ooh.
Solve will pick him up with a very nice overhead drag. Those are very scary on the bottom.
I think
Interesting
I
choice
think
from-
Sol's punish is real scary.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
very good with it. Interesting choice from Pobo to run and pick up another weapon in the 2v1. I guess he just had confidence in his teammate Sol to close out the duel.
Well, in those low stamina situations where your teammate could confirm it, you don't want to feed any double parries. Solved. Ooh, almost hitting his teammate and missing Ginger. He's out of stamina. He's lost in the middle of the map. Let's see if that makes a big advantage. EX getting a great run around.
I need to kill him.
Ooh,
And Imp's holding a beautiful 1v2.
ooh.
Oh,
It
whoa,
looks like
what
Imp,
the-
looks like Imp essentially won that 1v2. Gorgeous
Imp
Morehouse
really
being
held
played
out
by him.
there.
I think
Solve-
Solve was running over with no stamina. I think he made a mistake early on in that round.
Yeah, he ran out of
Fair
stamina
enough.
quickly after missing a switch. He got caught out in the middle of nowhere, was caught running, and then Imp, beautiful 1v2 hold, as we've seen. He's just a great... He's a lot scarier to 1v2, I think, than he is to duel. Finger, nice switch, and he protects himself from the rebuttal. Solved.
Oh, not much he can do there. Sol just sort of ran into his wind-up.
Yeah, I won't
Unfortunate.
blame Loftus for that. Solved.
Yeah.
A risky switch and ran in the path, missed the switch and got lapped in the
I'd
back.
like to see Solve push through and pass the pillar and switch from that side instead of switching from behind his team.
He seems to be. I think he's forcing a bit too many switches. He's been doing quite well in a lot of the duel scenarios, and a lot of the times he's switched, he's missed, run out of stam, getting his teammates away. Not saying he's doing a bad job. Loftus, another team kill. That's not good for the team's mental. It's very unfortunate. Another quick round for EX. That's running away with a 3-round lead. Now that Probo has fallen, I really don't like a lot of team kills coming out from BSE. The increased team damage.
I think that's just a case of down to team synergy and just not knowing where your team are. at
I think Lost's
certain
first
points.
team kill, like that was
Yeah,
was
that
not
was
respect-
like
I didn't
that.
see that round.
But that could hurt the mental. Let's see if they hold the composure. Oh, Loftus lagging a bit behind, but he's gonna pick up a nice hit on Pingu. Infamy's gonna
One
survive.
shot.
Alright, Loft, 1v3 scenario. Very
I've seen him do
unfortunate.
these, but not on this scenario. It was a
I
good
think-
start from BSC Delta, but suddenly EX have just steamrolled to a 6-2 start on the first map, and now they're one round away from taking the first map of the series. Be a very good start for them, but maybe BSC just need to warm up.
I think, yeah, they may not have been saying wrong, or might, like I said, they might have been
Movement
on
from
the
Sol's there. Sol's playing this wonderfully.
Solve is
Oh! Cheeky, picking up his
Cheeky,
own teammate.
cheeky.
Fortis made the right call with that switch. He was out of stamina. He got the hit in. Finger, 1v3 scenario, no shield. Doesn't have that survivability.
Solve
That
just played
round-
that nice.
Yeah,
Whoever
that-
was with Solve was playing really well as well, just keeping
Fortis,
Cheeky occupied.
Fortis made a very valiant effort to recover with that switch. He's doing pretty well, but he unfortunately got picked up by his own teammate. Infamy! Trying to look for a early switch, but no such luck. His teammate's in the way. Loftus carrying the switch. That's really sets it up for some early hits. Soul picks up an early kill on Curious on Fortis falling away. Great plays by Loftus here. Very dynamic.
And they looks like they're just winning both of their 2v2s. Good clean
I was
round from
going-
BSC.
I was going to suggest that maybe it'd be a good idea for BSC to take a timeout. You know, it seems like they're struggling a bit, maybe a bit of tournament nerves, a bit of lack of synergy, but they're pulling
Oh,
it through.
man. It's
clearing all
6-4.
doubt.
It's 6-4. I don't think that I don't think there's any cause for concern yet. It's still very possible for them to bring this series back. Pobo,
Solved a lot of early damage into Cheeky. Probo picks up his duel. They're winning the duels. Ooh, Cheeky, nice little pickup as he's switching away. 2v3. Infamy, very nice jumping drag. We've seen a lot of jumping drags from
big
Infamy.
impact
both
from
duels.
Infamy there. He was in the deep end there on one hit in the 3v2, but he stays alive, gets it done. Beautiful jumping drag from him. Keep him
6
in.
and 5.
Very
they're
competitive
bringing
now.
it back, but no guarantees. I don't want the commentators curse them.
You will do no such thing to your own team. And Pingu looks like he's going to go down.
Infamy winning on Sam, that double shield ban is
They
really
need to
having a
stop.
huge
They need to
impact.
stop giving Fortis the double parries here. Doesn't matter because looks like they're gonna win the 2v2 on the other side as well. This is really
Oh.
nice from BSC. They're rallying, coming
It's
back
just
from
down
a
to him.
6-2
He's low on
deficit.
stamina. Oh, he's got a double parry. He's giving her a run for it, but 6 and 6, what a turnaround. We're down to match point on both sides. BSC Delta really cleaning up their kind of performance, working a lot stronger as a team now.
This is why we banned Mesa, is because there's a lot of players on BSC who are really strong with the Mesa.
Yeah, Loftus especially, a very scary player. But Mole and Paulhammer, EX seems to have struggled historically against, and they've really avoided them. Cheeky picks up the first kill. This might be going to EX. They've got 2 kills already. It's down to Infamy and Loftus. Loftus, 1 hit. Infamy low stam, and they're both
Infamy goes for a Hail Mary play, but
7-6. EX takes the first map in a very close set, but
very,
I'm
very
not sure
close now.
how that affects the BSC mental, as we said yesterday. Sometimes losing 7-6 hurts more than losing 7-4.
That's true, but you know it's only one map. They've still got plenty of wiggle room here. It's far from over. EX need to win just 2 more maps into this in this best of 5. To
And
claim
I think
the
the
tournament.
Taj
they
book
lose
club
those 2
ban has
maps, they
been.
move to the grand finals, you know? They're feeling good. They got a lot of room for error now, with 1 map down and the entire set after this.
I think the Taj book club ban has been really good for BSC. Pingu
Yeah,
looks
it's been
uncomfortable.
very impactful. Pingu losing a lot of stam, even though he's not making many mistakes. Just losing 10 stam, 8 stam.
It's a
every
lot of
time.
damage early on. Infamy's slapping everyone right now.
Cheeky's trying to protect his teammate Imperialism. And Imperialism, he's not looking too healthy, but Pingu picks up the first kill. Fortis is getting behind people. Solves is low on stam, and so is Loftus. It looks like EX will be taking the first round as well. Very clean performance. No one on EX dead, but there was definitely a lot of close calls.
A lot of close calls. Very tight round, but EX persevere through. They make it 1-0 on the second map. Sol opens up with a headshot on Imperialism.
It's the new Bardisho, so he's gonna want to land a second headshot if he wants that 2-hit kill. Executioner Sword picks up Fortis. Great Executioner Sword plays. Oh,
Over will win his duel now, so now this is looking more possible for...
Very solid Stam out with Pingu.
Oh, unfortunate.
Very interesting round for Imperialism. Bit of a team cleave, bit of getting lost in between 2 fights, but thankfully it didn't cost him. So you might be feeling a bit anxious after that one. It's a very close round.
Fumi gets a hit early on Pingu here. Can he close it out?
Fortis coming to help his team. Big cleave hitting both Infamy and Loftus. That's going to be a nice little round-winning play.
Fumi goes down.
And he protects himself from the switch. That is very impactful. Loftus really needs to hold out here. A valiant effort, but only 2 against some of the best players. Very difficult.
I'd like to see
Great
Pobo
round.
not stuck in a duel with Imperialism. I feel like that's not a beneficial matchup for.
Might
Yeah,
be better
Pobo-
for if the Sol Pobo duo went and fought
Only
Pingu
Lop
and
on
Fortis.
kill right now. I don't think switching off the evening star was a wise decision, especially since Suicide has been very prominent throughout the entire tournament. Ooh, nice little parry.
That's a good
for
switch.
Loft. Yeah, good switch. Loft parried one of the attacks, saving his own life, and now Infamy and Loft
Ooh.
go clean up quickly here. Lost Pobo can hold the 1v2, win the 1v2 more like.
That's big from Pobo. That's a big
That's
round
a very
from Pobo.
impactful
Big
play
round.
there. On the board, 3-1. EX still had the advantage, but BSE, a lot of close rounds still.
What's this engagement going to look like now? Again, 2v2s.
Like we mentioned
Very
earlier.
big hit early on.
Oh, Infamy kind of getting lost in a lot of switches. Not finding any targets, and then he cleaves for the enemy into his own teammates, but that's not because that's exactly what they needed. As we in BSC say, tactical stand deny.
Infamy caused a bit of chaos there. Missed the switch, but then still got the parry from Fortis on behind. That's well played for him to cause chaos and stay alive there.
Yeah, it seemed that the duel into ideal switcher strategy very favorable.
Loftus, quick kill.
Pingu responds back, rebuttal, gets another quick kill himself.
I think it's important for Infamy not to try and
There's
force
another
it too
quick kill.
much.
Oh, Cheeky just barely works out of the way of Solved and gambles him to get the kill. That was very impactful. Solved really needed to win that fight. Now,
Loft can do this.
I've seen Loft clutch up in a lot of these situations, but against EX Cheeky and Imp, very
Beautiful.
powerful duo.
Beautiful feint from Imperialism there. Played the Exvion really well there. Loth.
I
Had
think
to
Loth
parry
is
that
cleaning
feint.
his duels up really quickly.
Yeah, he is.
On the far left.
Ooh, Purbo getting caught out. Cheeky and Imp.
Made that to help him.
Kill to help, but Imperialism Cheeky making for a very powerful case for the EX right now.
Cheeky's one shot.
Cheeky goes down.
Lothidus is cleaning up his duels again.
It's mostly up to Loft. Solved is running a big risk running into the XP.
Parries the kick.
Nice footwork by Imp. He catches that parry even after getting hit.
You honestly Solved get behind him here. I think that's a
Great
big
clutch by
misplay.
Imperialism. That's
Beautiful
gotta hurt
clutch.
for BSC.
Those are gorgeous 1vx. And I was telling everyone in the before that he was the MVP, I think, for EX so far. And you know, he's just proved me right.
And he's
Little
got
miss-
that 1v1 on Pervo. He's on the loose now with that execution, so very scary. Finger picking up another kill because of it. Imperialism just really proving that he is the man to beat on EX right now. A lot of good 1vx's, a lot of good duels. Wow. He's
Right.
really showed up for this tournament.
Right now, Imperialism is looking like the best player in the region. Because he is just doing
Especially with that
everything right.
execution of goals.
Beautiful switch from Solve though.
Solve's getting caught after landing the hit. Imp. Ooh, not getting punished for that missed kick.
Beautiful composure from Imperialism.
Alright, 1v3. Imp's playing well, but I don't know if he's playing well enough to win against 3 of BSC's best players.
And BSC
And still,
launch a comeback attempt like they did in the first map would be huge if they could steal this away from EX.
they really need it at this point.
Big team
Big
coming
team
out
down.
from Cheeky.
Infamy got blocked on a switch.
I think Povo's going to lose this duel. He needs to stay alive as long as he can while his
They
teammate
need
comes
to
in.
kill Cheeky quick because their team is on the way. Purbo's getting that regen, but I don't know if that was the right call. Now he's in the 1v3 situation.
It's a tough call to make there.
I think that situation wasn't too winnable for BSC just because of Cheeky's position against the wall. It's hard to get around him and kill him fast.
Yeah, it's hard to force the 2v1. Maybe the gamble would have been a better idea, but you know, it's hard to make those decisions in the heat of the moment. It was a very competitive map, not as close as the first one, but you know,
I think
BSC
Loth and
Delta
Infamy
will win
are putting work in. I'd just
Loth
like
is-
to see Infamy not try and force switch and blind switch so much.
Purbo
He
getting
can-
caught in too many duels. I think they need to group up, same way Backbox did, and just force those messy engagements because that's why I think Purbo is strongest. When he's taking 1vx's or getting behind players, and it's just the issue being just getting caught into a lot of duels. And as we know, EX very experienced. That's exactly the tune they like to sing. Nice little feint out for Infamy. Infamy gets the early switch. It's going to be a strong start for BSC. On both sides, they're winning their engagements. Cheeky trying to get away, trying to recover any amount of switch. Very good start for BSC dominance.
So now they've got Splonter
Splonter.
in the server, and he is on the
Splonter taking
Evening
position
Star.
of- Yeah,
This might be a
Splonter taking
good.
position of Soul.
Actually, they subbed him out for Sold. Might not be a bad idea. Sold might have been the weakest player thus far in this particular grand final. See if
I know
Sold.
Solved as a mental block against the XE Sword and the XR.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he
That's true.
struggles a lot as well with the higher ping performance. I think Splonter, that fresh perspective, especially getting an evening star player. I like his performance. He's come a long way from SPQR, and I think he can do a lot of damage in this match.
One 1 now, and BSC need to win this map to stay in the grand finals. Beautiful
Nice
kick
switch
feint
from Splonter.
by Infamy as well.
Splonter really helping the team dynamic here. He's getting a lot of nice switches. Ooh, not quite so. He forced the second one.
Cheeky
But then
with the
Cheeky-
triple kill though.
Yeah, he got a big cleave as soon as Splonter missed the switch. swung right through both their heads and then came through and cleaned up the rest.
I think
Great round for Cheeky. 4 kills.
definitely in this series so far, Imp and Cheeky have been the ones to look out for. I feel like Imp's been having the highest impact. But Cheeky's been consistently holding his ground. He's just been so hard to put away.
Infamy trying to get behind the EX team, and that's the strategy he favors. And he's got a nice opportunity. Oh, Pingu's on him, like, hard to get away from Pingu. And
Pobo.
Cheeky's just on the loose now. Oh, bit of a cheeky team kill. Let's see if it makes a difference.
3-1. Not looking
think-
great for the BSC Delta roster now. The
I
pause
think-
is coming in. This might be the right play.
Yeah, I think that pause is very, very important time to pause. Infamy just getting stuck onto good old Pingu. Pingu's doing a great job preventing switches from Infamy. So I'm not sure that maybe they need to move Infamy to the right side to face up against Cheeky and Imp. But yeah, definitely hard fought battle so far. But
Watch
2-0
the
for
Infamy
EX.
do some fake switches onto Pingu.
Yeah, I think the best course of action right now is maybe put a more aggressive player like Loftus, who doesn't mind taking some duels, to play against Pingu, and then move Infamy around against a more open. Because I've seen Splunter get a lot of switches in the get a lot of switches in between Cheeky and Imp. So maybe they run that double evening style on the right side. Who knows? Bit of friendly banter going in the chat.
And I'm wondering what the strategies. I feel like what BSC Delta are probably talking about now is the matchups. What players they want to match which players on EX. I feel like that might be they could find success if they swap up the matchups. That could be what they need.
And here we go, engagement. Maybe they just need a breather.
Pobo and
Infamy
Loft
still in
playing
the same
together.
matchup. Sponsor moves to Fortis though. It's Loftus and Pobo working together now, and it's a good
Ooh.
start. Infamy and Sponsor just having a very relaxed fight, but Cruiser and Cheeky going down to Loftus and Pobo rather quickly. Infamy and Sponsor teaming up with some nice switches, some good dynamic team play. Looks like that pause is exactly what they needed. They swapped Sponsor and Loftus' position, and now that's a lot more effective.
I think Pobo and Loth are the two strongest for BSC
Fortis getting a
Delta.
ping warning right
So they
now.
that's fair
Yes.
enough. You can see that he's spiking.
Yeah, he's at 92 ping at the moment. That's a bit unfortunate.
Exemplar have a mechanical advantage overall, I would say. But BSC can win by finding their win condition, and I think that swap up was good. I think Pobo and Loth together is the correct play, and I think Lothadis right now seems looser on the server. Pobo seems like he's still a bit tense. He's not trusting his reads. He's not fainting enough.
Alright. And so the game resumes. A lot of heavy duels here, but Loth goes for the first switch on the right side. Gets punished heavily, taking 2 hits. Might be cleaned up quickly. Loftus picks up the kill. Infamy gets his own kill on the left side. Ooh, looking like a very nice round for BSC. Just a 4v1 now. Fortis taking a lot of damage here. Oh, got some parries. Some nice survivability. Very good round for BSC.
That was a big round from Infamy on mid.
Yeah, definitely. Big round
He
for...
hardwood Pingu and just got a nice switch, and
I'm loving Lothus as well in this series. I feel like he's been the best right now he's been the
Yeah,
most
we're kinda all
consistent right now. And he's
got
done
those
so much
throw-
damage to Cheeky already.
But he's got to clean up quickly because Fortis getting the first kill. The left side is collapsed. Loftus turn around.
Oh.
The AirPods in. Good response to the 2 people coming
He's
up
got the
behind.
AirPods in. Splinter and Infamy go down in their 2v2. Splinter complaining about the Fortis' ping. The refs might pause and look into that.
It'll be a good opportunity for Splinter to clip it.
And good call from the refs there. As soon as our sponsor called the pinging, I could see Force's ping spike up to 50. You know, I don't know how much I don't think this will affect EX too much, putting in Snow, if the previous precedent is anything to work off of, because Snow looked really good before when they had to sub him in.
So Fez, how do you feel about the match so far?
Been good. I think Loth has had the most impact. He's been winning duels pretty fast and doing a lot of damage.
Pobo just seems like tense right now because Pobo has good reads in a great like duel game. He seems like his problem right now when I'm watching his duel is that he's not fainting at all against Cheeky, and Cheeky's
Yeah.
gonna adapt. So if you don't faint, if you set a precedence where you're never fainting against Cheeky, he's not gonna chamber you.
We got Snow in with the sponsor matchup. Taking
You can't win on
position
stamp.
side.
This is some good team fighting on mid from Infamy and
Yeah, Izzy moving around.
Splinter.
Jumping drags. Looking super effective. Also, ooh,
Infamy classic team kill.
very unfortunate, but that's the way of the 100% team damage there. It might make a big difference this round because Infamy is out of stamina. That team kill cost them the round.
Still winnable for Pobo. But
Yeah, but it's gonna be an uphill battle. Ooh, very
Yeah, that's a-
unfortunate.
Big Excel.
that's a big misplay from Infamy that round.
Infamy made a lot of good plays, but that small mistake of the 100% team damage, ooh, that's gotta hurt.
And the pressure's on the young lads, you know. They're still not out. Just 2 rounds for EX to close this out. Can BSC show up?
There's definitely a fair chance they've been showing some strong
Beautiful
rounds.
drag.
Snow's hit hard on mid. Snow's out.
Splinter in that early kill from Snow. Snow made me not warm enough. Imp taking a lot of damage, but gets a big lead. Lofo
Tengu's lost it.
Oh, the team kill though. Loth just needs to stay
Cheeky.
alive now.
It was a big cleave, but he got the team kill. Everyone's low on stamina coming up to Cheeky. They need to back off for Infamy to come through and get the kill.
Tengu
Back
had some
and
good
forth.
survival on mid then, but it's a hard matchup and Cheeky did get the team kill.
Yeah, unfortunate team kill from Cheeky. I think if he doesn't get that team kill, very winnable round for EX there.
Yeah,
But it's
definitely.
hard, man, when you get the cleave throughs. You can't do much about it.
Pushed very heavily forward. There's a lot of switching opportunities both onto him and away from him.
Nice.
Okay.
Imperialism's put
Loth
himself in a
over.
really bad situation then. Cheeky's just trying to survive.
Infamy's out of stamina.
Infamy needs to
failed
survive.
switch. Alright, the 2v2. Turbo and Loftus, very strong players.
I like the chances of BSC are winning this one.
Pingu, a lot of great feint outs in Twitch, but he hit his teammate. Loftus. keeping
Pobo
calm.
winning his duel. Lothidus has won his. That's a
And
good round.
Lothidus just played that perfectly against Pingu. He's giving him the kind of distance where it's just like you're not close enough to my teammate to switch. I know you're gonna fake switch onto me, but I'm far enough away that I can read and parry and outstam you.
Yeah, he made a lot of great decisions there, not approaching, knowing that Pingu's teammate is blocking the hits for him. So,
Loth
Yeah,
again
that's
with
Splinter.
the duel.
Splinter subbing in was a big idea.
Yeah.
yeah, he's definitely out.
He's just putting work in against now.
Well, looks like it's gonna be a good round for BSC. 5 and 6. This is the match point they need. They need to take this map, otherwise the tournament is over. And 5 and 6. They
At that
got
point, they need one
a
round.
little room to breathe,
Hey, you know.
but
No switched
very
onto
tense
Mesa.
match.
Sponsor needs to watch his back.
But so is Imperialism. There's a good opportunity to switch if he looks for it. And there it is.
Nice.
Oh, watch out behind you, Splinter.
I think Splinter put himself in a risky but beneficial
Looks like
situation
BSC
there.
will take this map. It is 2-1. They have found their first map. They really need
All
that.
right, boys, we have a series on our hands. We got a series on our hands. We were a bit worried there. The BSC Delta weren't going to pick up a map, but they
I think-
decided to arrive in the third map of the series. They stay alive.
I don't
EX
wanna
at the
single
moment
them
need
out.
one map.
I don't want to single him out, but Snow, a bit of an underperformance there. Fortis is back in. Hopefully his ping is stable enough for him to remain playing, because it seems that's the player EX want to run for the grand finals.
Yeah, I
Might
think
be a fi-
it's definitely better for EX to have Fortis in. Snow was not performing against Splinter. Splinter was just taking full advantage of that.
And you know, Snow likes to play into some like hard reads, and that's a bit of, that can be a problem against Splinter, who's got some cracked offense. You know, speaking from first hand, experience.
Definitely.
Ah,
I think
they're pausing
Splinter
again.
in the last round pushed through and
Sir.
ended up wrapping, which put him in a bit of a dodgy situation, but he just had the whole of EX on his screen.
That's always what you want. The more enemy players you have in your screen in general, the better, because your awareness is heightened. It's an information sort of asymmetry there. Especially, you know, if you're playing as the anchor player. I don't know who would be. I think Fortis is the anchor player for EX, but you want to always have the information.
And the game has resumed. Infamy taking a lot of AoE damage. It's gonna be hard to survive against Pingu. Pingu should just commit to that duel, but he's letting Infamy out in the open. He's kind of zoning him away rather than killing him.
Fortis
I don't
gets
know
the
if that was
first
great
pick though.
judgment.
Both the
Pingu knows down.
2v2s.
You just wanna see
nice
it hold
jumping
on here.
drag. Picks up a kill, but it's a 1v3 situation. Gotta be a bit tough. Especially low spam, gets fainted out and dies. I don't know about Pingu's judgment that round. They did win, but leaving Infamy to survive for that long, he could have ran over to the outside of the map and helped his other teammates. I'm not sure. That
Again,
double evening star.
Two sparse 2v2s. Infamy gets
Great
fainted
movement and
out.
feints by Pingu. He's going for those fake switches again. Infamy respecting that range. Having faith in Spots' ability, just watch his back. Ooh, Fortis. Good, clean pickup. Infamy falls soon after. Probo, he's got to turn around, protect his team.
Nice,
But he
2v2
goes
now.
for the switch, that's smart.
And Pingu's pretty low on stand. This should favour BSC.
This is a good 2v2
BSC are
for
playing
BSC.
extremely well as well.
Oh.
Great cleave. Fortis.
That cleave, there was an
Ooh.
overhead cleave as well, but Popo
Good
goes
pickup
down.
for Fortis. It's a 1v1 situation. And Fortis.
Oh,
great
the
clutch strategy,
headshot.
gets the kill on Edge. I know
Fortunate.
Loftus is probably very frustrated about that
I
situation.
need to go to my lights off.
Take out, he just took out the star player and Lothus in that duel. Povo with a mistake there. He should chamber when he had the player advantage, but they're not out just yet.
Ooh, Probo goes out early. EX showing a very strong
Oh,
side to
great
this match.
cleave from Fortis.
It's a 1v4 for Infamy. I don't know if he's gonna clutch this up.
Fez, what do you think is what's the problem right now for BC Delta? Why aren't they winning on this map?
I think,
he's
I'm actually not sure. I think Lothus is doing a good job of keeping Cheeky locked down.
Oh, unfortunate from
To
Povo.
identify immediate issue, seems like Probo just team killed.
Great duck from him, though.
1vx.
Oh, he's out of stamina.
He held for as long as he could with no stamina, but sadly it will not be enough. Splinter with another team kill. I think the biggest issue for BSC right now, that 100% team damage. They don't have as much team synergy as EX, so we've seen
I
a lot
definitely
of team
think
kills. I think.
The two outside men on BSC are holding really well. I just think
Same thing as
Infamy
Team
and
Pobo on
Pobo.
Switch. Infamy's got to hold this 1v2 for as long as possible whilst... And he's doing a great job so far. He held for it as long as he could. Pobo and Loftus really need to clean up that 2v2 faster, but Pobo 1v3 situation. Used up a lot of his stamina early. And he's getting faded out. A rough situation.
I'd like to see
5-0.
Infamy duel Pingu. I think that's a beneficial matchup when Infamy's on Evening Star. I reckon he can outstand Pingu pretty fast.
The problem with Infamy at the moment, I feel like he could use a bit more feints against Pingu, a little bit more confidence in his play.
Matchup
Yeah.
there right now, Loftus against Finger is the ideal because Loftus is a very aggressive player. If he's getting a lot of space to switch here, he gets the kill on Imperialism, he's gonna pick up Pingu very quickly. 5-1.
Good round from BSC Delta, showing some signs of life. Exemplar are just 2 rounds away from securing this Revival Cup. Beautiful drag from Imperialism, leaves himself in the open a bit.
Yuki's got to switch on Splinter. Infamy's just got to hold out here.
Another 52 situation. It's no hits for EX.
Cheeky wins his duel. It's up to Pobo.
I think the
Almost
obvious
won his
problem
duel.
then was just that Pobo was pulling Imperialism all the way back, and Loth was looking to switch.
It's match point 6-1. EX could close out here. There's no reason to believe for BSC.
It's a tall order now for BSC to come back from this deficit.
And Infamy back against the wall. There's a fire underneath his ass. He's really gonna start playing his heart out because his team needs it. A single team cleave right now. A single missed attack on a no combo weapon. A bad switch could cost BSC the entire tournament right now.
That's a really good
kind of
round from
pressure.
Infamy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Infamy really stacking up against pressure. Let's see if it all holds together. Loftus making some bold plays, trying to outmaneuver Fortis, and it's really working out in his favor. Great round for BSC. The closer the match seems to get, the better they play.
That's true. A lot of these map, I think this map and the first map, they were down a lot, and then they started to come back and rally and put a lot of numbers on the board. But you know, it's a little too late. I think you need to have a good
Great early
start.
switch onto Imperialism. and
Oh,
Imperialism
good,
falls over.
good shit from the guys, thriving in the chaos.
Oh, 3v2. Quanta, you need to stay alive.
Oh,
3v1 situation. Another round, most likely. 1v2. Tiki has one of these.
oh, needs to watch
Two
out.
hits. The double parry. Alright,
Nice.
they clean up quite nicely. A lot of these situations, bit dicey, bit closer than BSC. are probably
It looks like
looking
it's
for.
a snowball coming from left every time.
Yeah, they really need that.
From the infamy like side, or
Yeah, from whoever's going left, I think that.
Well, I think Loft has been making a lot of high impact plays.
Yeah, I think
He's
it's
really
Loft.
helping. Loft and Infamy. Ooh, very unfortunate switch.
Still even 3v3.
3 duels, but Pingu gets that kill. That could be a game ender. Tournament.
Looks like
ending
Loft
kill.
is gonna
they're
go down.
both on the
as well.
back foot now.
Alright, Loft.
Now it's all up for
Oh,
Loftus and
a good
Exemplar
set. For
secure the
Exemplar,
crowns.
tournament winners. Snow will be your crown receiver. BSC very.
No crowns for BSC Delta, man. That was a fucking great
It
grand
was a
final,
good,
though.
fair run though. A lot of close matches, very clutch moments. I think just a little bit more practice, little bit more team synergy, a little less team hitting, and they could have gone all the way. I would love to see some post-game interviews from EX.
Yeah, I would. I'd like Cheeky or Imp in here if they're down. I think Imperialism's my pick for the tournament MVP. He played absolutely lights out.
Yeah. Cheeky, a lot of standout rounds as well. They're just such a strong duo. They've been playing together for how long now? And they've been winning so many tournaments together. It really shows.
Let me just pop in there and see if any of them want to hop in the booth.
God damn. What a couple of games, eh? Actual incredible.
What a tense match.
God.
Very enjoyable to watch too.
Oh, I was muted on Discord. I said, God damn, what a couple of matches, eh? That was incredible.
Yeah, that was very fun to watch.
Hell yeah.
BSC had some really good rounds there, but just
Yeah, they did.
couldn't
They
go all the way.
fucking held on tight, but EX proving that they are still Titans of the region. Well
Yeah,
played.
second
Well
place
played by
showing
everyone.
though. They'll be walking around with nice prize, some nice amount of gold in their pockets.
Yeah,
I
they'll
don't
still
think
be.
they could be too disappointed with that because they beat a lot of good teams to get there.
Oh,
And
yeah.
hello, Cheeky to the booth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's been an absolute crawl. Hey Cheeky, how you doing? Good game.
Yeah, doing pretty good.
Cheeky, I want to start off with my analysis, and you let me know if you agree. If you have any comments, I think that Imperialism, my pick for tournament MVP. I think he played absolutely godly this entire tournament, especially in this grand final. What do you think about his performance?
I completely disagree. No, yeah, he was doing very well. He likes his 2 hit kills, so it's very. I like to set him up, and if I just hit my guy once and Imp switches, he gets a kill. That happens a lot. Imp is he's very like spatially aware, and
He had so many great 1vx's as well.
He was constantly being successful with those switches. I feel like he was constantly he got that massive 1vx win. I feel like he was so dynamic, always playing it right. And I felt like you were very much the rock of the team this tournament as well in this grand final. I felt like you were just so hard to kill. I felt when they need to kill you, when they had opportunities to kill you, they just couldn't. They couldn't close it out. I feel like you were so tough to kill, and I feel like you had the edge in your duels as well against Pobo this time. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree. They played it pretty smart though. They put Lothidus on Messer on me, and that was pretty. He's pretty hard to control. He's a good Messer player, so you know those like faint mix-ups, and he was doing some good switches, so that was hard to control. But yeah, I was trying to stay alive and get the team to the dub.
Yeah, I'm glad you agree. We were saying the same thing in the booth. We were saying that we felt like Lothidus was the biggest performer out of BSC Delta in that grand final. Also to highlight Fortis and Pingu, Pingu like
Pingu
really,
especially, the double target ban, he
yeah.
really showed up.
Yeah, he was not gonna lie, he was pretty upset in the voice call when when the double shield ban. Yeah, he did. I mean, I was kind of surprised that he wasn't getting outstamped because yeah, Pingu is definitely doing good, and Fortis has come a long way. When we first recruited him, he was pretty fucking dog shit, and now he put in the work, and now he's pretty good scamish. He's come a long way. He's good.
I noticed very early on. Sorry to cut you off, Belvo. I noticed very early on that Pingu, without any shield, I noticed he started losing a lot of those stam engagements, even though he wasn't doing anything wrong. But he really clutched up in a lot of those 1vx situations. He got that double parry, he survived, and eventually he was really outmaneuvering his opponents with a lot more feints, outmaneuvering, fake switching, and he was just a really hard player to pin down. And he was doing a really good job of also locking down Infamy from what I noticed. So even though he got that double target ban, really exceptional match from him. I don't think he has anything to be mad about.
Yeah, definitely. We weren't really expecting like a double ban on Pingu. But yeah, he definitely did well, and Fortis was like helping him out, switching so he doesn't get outstanded in duel. So yeah, it was just.
I want to ask you something else as well, Cheeky, while I have you in the booth, because when we were organizing this tournament, a lot of the people involved in the scene, they know that the Exemplar coming in there were different sets of opinions because you're all individuals, but I know that you wanted it to be 2 weapon bans instead of 4 weapon bans. What I was saying before your match started was I feel as though the fact that you guys have just won in this dominant fashion, players like Pingu just seemingly unfazed by the double weapon bans, I feel like this validates you guys more as the best clan in the scene right now. Do you reckon, would you agree? Do you feel now that you've played the tournament out, do you reckon that you're more in favor of the 4 weapon ban?
I mean, I would say it wasn't like as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's definitely still enjoyable, and yeah, I've always wanted some more rules and skirmish. So yeah, this was good, and I'm glad that like the OCE scene is taking steps towards more like rules and stuff, more restrictions, so it's not just 5v5 skirmish, nothing like vanilla. So yeah, I'm glad that there was some new stuff introduced. And you said that we are the best team in the region.
Absolutely.
I would like to humbly agree, but VG did not play. And I would have actually liked to verse VG because BSC, they've obviously shown that they're a very good team, they're very good players, but this was like their first tournament as a team, right?
That's true.
Definitely. A lot of them, they're experienced tournament players, but that's their first tournament as a team.
Yeah, very good start, but yeah, still a fresh team.
Can I just say, as the voice of VG here, I mean, I'm sure I don't necessarily speak for all of them, but my take, I said that coming into this grand final, it would have been like great to see it, but the fact is, it's our problem and our fault that we didn't get the squad together. So as of right now, it would be good to see in the future, but right now, what's important is you guys are the reigning champions. You guys are the best, and VG doesn't have a claim to that anymore because the last skirmish tournament before this one was like almost a year ago in like September or something when we got to play. So like right now, Exemplar are the best in the scene, and I think it's safe to say that Cheeky and Imperialism are the best players in the scene. I'm sure you'd agree with that.
Imp less, but yeah. Imp fucking popped off in those 1vx's. He's a very good skirmish player.
His just, man, Imperialism's fight IQ is just something
Yeah.
it's just something to behold, man. There's so much players that have been watching this tournament and want to get better. I think that Imperialism is the best player to watch, and Cheeky probably right up there in second. I'm not to try this guy. I just feel like his like game IQ was just
No,
insane.
he's always been the fucking high IQ gamer. Less
Yeah.
socially high IQ. He doesn't really.
I think we
He's a
give it to.
weirdo,
I think what
but-
I would say is I'd give you like the mechanical sort of edge, though. I feel like you're like the most cracked player mechanically. At the
I actually
moment.
really liked Loftus's mechanical performance in this tournament, as well as Infamy. Infamy showed up, even though he didn't make a lot of the best decisions, like a couple miss switches, a couple team kills, but a lot of the rounds were won because he was doing really well in these duels, or really good. Just all around, I think mechanically there was a lot of top players you could have picked,
Yeah.
and maybe a bit
Oh.
held back by team synergy.
I was kind of surprised there was no Bigwig because Bigwig's a fucking good player. I was kind of because we were gonna banned Maul, so we're kind of expecting no Infamy,
Mhm.
but I mean,
Yeah, well, that's something I'd like
That's
to talk
interesting.
about. Actually, is a lot of
Big
this
Cup.
tournament that you banned the Maul and Polehammer. Do you feel as if weapon bans really helped your run to the tournament? Was that a blind spot for your team against that matchup, or are they just particularly strong weapons that no one really specializes in?
well, we just don't like the Maul because it's just you can just get like one hit with a red parry, so it's kind of just not fun. But yeah, they're definitely very strong weapons, and yeah, I guess the weapon bans helped a bit, but yeah, I guess so.
I feel like the weapon bans. I mean, obviously, in theory, helped BSC, but I think it helped you guys a lot. I think you had some really intelligent bans in this tournament. I think the Maul is one of them because Infamy's really cracked on it. But also, like the thing about the Maul is, I'm sure you can agree with me here because the Maul, like you said, it's just that one shot potential for like heavy armor. It's a bit of like an equalizer as a weapon. Like if there's a skill discrepancy, that gap can sort of be closed, I feel, with the Maul because it's just one mistake, it's just one shot to the head, and it's an avenue for a lesser team to like get a W that they shouldn't necessarily on paper. So I feel like that helped you guys. That helped you guys a lot.
Well, in another way, not just because the Mole has that one-shot headshot, they also banned some of the two highest stamina damage weapons, both Polehammer and Mole.
Yeah,
if they
the
left either
Polehammer.
of those options open, I feel as if Pingu has spent majority of the time just absolutely stunned from playing.
Can you
like,
walk
not
us
having a lot of
through that
opportunities.
ban a little bit? Like, why were you guys banning the pole hammer? I'm sure a lot of us know the answers, but in your own words, what's like the the logic behind banning the pole hammer against BSC Delta?
Well, it was either between the pole hammer and the evening star.
Yeah.
But just the pole hammer, some of those overhead animations on the pole hammer are just fucked. And it's it's really long, really good stamina. And like Pingu, he would have just gone like farmed with the stamina. And me, I don't really play. I play like Poleaxe, Mesa, maybe a bit of Xe, so not super high stamina weapons. So it was just kind of we're just trying to not fucking lose stam and die. So yeah, but
Yeah.
Evening Star,
I think that was a
Evening Star
wise decision.
Evening Star was definitely up there on some of the choices to ban. But
I
yeah.
think that you've made the right call because I think that your big like sort of threats in this tournament in Backbox and BSC Delta, they've got very good polehammer specialists like Solved for BSC and Mano on in Backbox. I've seen them in scrims and pugs and in the tournament going pretty bonkers with it. So I thought that was a really intelligent ban coming from you guys. So I mean, with this tournament being wrapped up, you guys keen is what's the state of like Exemplar? Do you reckon you guys would be down to playing the next upcoming tournaments if we have any like Scalagrad, and then hopefully if maybe the Rival Cup guys want to organize another 5v5, 4v4 or whatever skirmish tournaments in the future? Do you think Exemplar are still in it with the game, or?
I know I'm still in it, but there's definitely like Pingu was saying he might take a bit of break from Mordhau, or he might just chill
Yeah,
on
he's
that. Maybe
definitely been On that
But-
grind.
Yeah, he's been on that arming sword grind for 3,000 hours. So
Yeah,
I mean, you can understand where that's coming from, though. That's got to get boring.
I don't know. I don't understand.
But I
it.
mean,
I'd
yeah,
like to
yeah,
see
like going
Pingu just
fast
mix
and
it up and play two-hander. I think he'd be a god anyway.
He when. Oh, sorry.
No, oh, I was just going to say that's something that Fez has been telling me a lot, advocating for. Fez reckons that Pingu's just one of the best, not because of the arming sword. He's one of the best just because he actually has he just has amazing team fight, great awareness, switches, and all of his main skills actually translate really well into other weapons. I mean, we've seen that with the bastard sword.
Yeah, he was. He was pretty unsure with the weapon bans, but yeah, he practiced for a couple weeks before the tournament, and he got pretty good at other weapons, and he utilizes that Taj with like the active parry. Like he'll switch and he'll try and punish, and he turns around and it hits like the shield,
Yeah.
and like during 1vx, and it's fucking cancer.
I think
But
that's just like
he uses it.
I think that's really cheesy in a game like this, but that's my opinion. I think it's
Yeah.
just. I think it's a really strange, unfair advantage if you just put a shield on your class. You can just parry things that you're not actually trying to parry.
The thing about that though, with that criticism, although like I agree, I don't like that mechanic, the active parry. No one else is really abusing it. Like no one else in the top teams is like using it. And normally
Yeah.
like top teams tend to go for what's meta. What is meant to be the strongest. And Pingu is the only one really that I see using it to like any big disadvantage. Like when I know my history of this game, all my pugs, all my scrims, I don't recall anyone using the Taj with such high, like nearly as much impact as Pingu.
Yeah, that's true. But
Yeah,
like I
right.
say, I reckon Pingu's he'd have insane impact on just any quick two-hander.
He actually, it's been a pretty fucking curse thing to witness. I have seen one Mesa, and he is still very fucking annoying. So yeah, he's still pretty capable with other weapons. And I think even when Ranked first came out, he had an ult where he was playing S-Stock.
I
And actually-
remember that actually. He beat
was-
me in
yeah,
ranked.
He actually farmed a couple people with the
Yeah,
S-Stock.
yeah.
But,
I
I
don't
guess-
want to talk about it.
Yeah, and then remember Shella, the imp, the no one-hander agreement?
Yeah, that okay. That's another time, you know. Imp
Yeah.
Dastardly Foe, when he was elite whatever, was losing to me on the Bardish or more or something weird, and then he swapped to one-hander disgracefully. But I think he's really cleared his reputation today with great gameplay all around. I forgive him. That was a long time ago.
Cheeky, I don't want to hold you up for too long, so thank you so much for coming in the booth. Thank you so much for just being as active as you are and being the good bloke that you are. Mate, it's always a privilege for me. Whether I'm competing in the tournament or casting it or just spectating, I love watching you play Mordhau. I love having you in the scene. You're an absolute god at the game at Behemoth, and it was so fun to watch you play. Please, when you get in the VC, pass them our regards. It was a privilege to cast their games, and give special regards to Imperialism, because his gameplay this tournament was godly.
Really
I
good.
was so impressed by it.
Spot
I was
on.
so blown away.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And thank you, Bobo, for casting. Thank you, everyone, all the casters, to the sponsor, to the host, to all the people who, put up a server for the tournament. I appreciate it.
Before you go, Cheeky,
course.
just quickly, any plans for the prize money?
Any plan? Oh,
Winner, chicken dinner, right?
Few donuts for you, Cheeky. Yeah?
might few donuts,
Few donuts.
few Krispy Kremes. Maybe might buy a rolly. Not gonna lie.
Ooh.
Hey,
Yeah,
might,
but-
might pocket the salt. Is that sold?
Yeah.
That is
Oh,
the
sold.
one
How you doing?
Nah, but you
Oh, French person.
okay.
Hey, get out
we're
of here.
not we're not
GG,
beneath
Cheeky.
racism.
Man, like what the hell, man? How dare you? Okay,
Money
yeah, but
gang.
you come.
Oh yep. So sorry, we got solved now in the booth.
Good.
Solved. What are your just initial thoughts coming out of that?
I mean, it is what it is, man. You know, Imp. My initial thought is, goddamn, Imp played really good, man. Like
They definitely played well.
Imp MVP there. I felt
Yeah.
like Cheeky was for the first 2 games was underperforming compared to Imp. But Imp just was carrying him on his back. You know, he got it like big brother. You know.
Yeah, that's like I'm glad that like you guys agree because that's what we were saying in the booth. I've been saying all tournament. I feel like Imp has been playing lights out, tournament MVP, and I thought he carried that form into
Yeah.
the.
Because he won
into
some
this grand
crucial
final.
rounds.
Yeah, he won some big rounds. He won the 1VX, which always sucks when you're on the receiving end. I've been there,
Yeah.
and just like his general team like XVX like gameplay was impeccable. Like he was just knew what to do with those switches. I felt like Cheeky didn't underperform. I felt like he played
He played like yeah.
he played exceptionally well. I feel like what was impressive with him is that he was just holding his own
Yeah.
so well. He felt like he was just a difficult player to
Big
put
rock, man.
away.
I think
yeah.
I think Cheeky was getting a bit overwhelmed by Lothus towards the end, but
Yeah, definitely.
And he
Imp
admitted
was
that.
kind of
He
pulling
admitted
that.
that.
He was kind of pulling it back for Cheeky there.
Yeah.
I'd actually like to dive in, Solved, if you don't mind talking about what was the mentality like for BSC going into that EX match. I know you were running hot on the momentum of winning 2 matches. Were you feeling a bit worn down getting into the 3rd match? Was there a bit of tournament nerves having to versus EX? Because I know it was a bit iffy at the start, especially a lot of team hits. So I'm
I feel like
curious what your thoughts about it.
I think the mentality was good. Even at the last map, it was good. But hey, they just played better, and I don't know, nothing to say more. They just played better than us. I had
While
to
you're
sub
in
out-
here,
Huh?
sorry to cut you off, Solved. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
You just played better than us. I had to sub out for the last 2 games because I was just taking every Excel possible. So I was just not doing good. So I put Splinter out. I think they gave him a good run for like a team that just formed basically. Kind
Yeah.
of.
And you know what? Cheeky said the same thing as well when he was in the booth. Cheeky said that, like, props to you guys because you're such a new team, and that you put up such a good fight for a new team. While you're in the booth as well, I wanted to give you like our thoughts on the players, and just see if you agree, like what you have to say, your comments on it. But we thought that Fez and I thought that I think Sheller as well that Lothidus was the clear MVP for you guys in the grand final. Like he was having the most impact, he was making the least mistakes, the most in the game, and it felt like Pobo was underperforming a little bit. Would you agree with that analysis?
No.
Wait, what did you say, Smunder?
I'd personally disagree, but you go first, Solve.
That's fair enough. We'll get both of you.
I don't think he underperformed, but I think Love was superior. But yeah, I agree. But the duo, I put them in duo at the end. It worked really well on Contraband. Sadly, didn't work as much on the flat map. But yeah, I half agree. I don't think Pobo underperformed. I think it was a bit tense, maybe. I don't know. They've got a bit of nerves, like my players.
Yeah,
But
that's
Love
what it looked like.
I felt like I mean it as a compliment to Pobo because I think that Pobo, I think that if he played to his closer to his true level, I think that you know what I mean, like we hadn't seen the best of Pobo, you know what I mean, like we
Right.
hadn't seen the best, which is
Well,
a good thing. It means that like you know maybe if he was online, you guys could have taken that. I think that seeing what I've seen from him off the tournament, I think that he could just like without if he could conquer the nerves a bit, I think that he's
Yeah,
capable of more.
we
I
need to
don't know.
work on the nerves, and I think the longer we play together, the better. Because
Yeah.
that lineup, I barely formed it like a week ago or something. Because didn't know who to put, man. There's like a lot of good players, but I didn't know who to place. It's like that, you know, that CS:GO team, Bobo, like that. Every player was cracked in there, but like they didn't perform well. I forgot which clan it was. Like in the mainstream CS:GO. But it's a bit the same
Australis.
here. Like everyone's kind of good in BSC, but like they don't know how to play with each other yet.
Yeah,
So
and that's understandable. That Fez and Sheller when they were commentating were saying that they were saying it just felt like they were a bit more inexperienced with their chemistry between each other.
yeah,
But that's
Meanwhile,
natural. Like it's,
yeah.
you can't blame you guys because you're so new as a squad.
I'd like to have seen like Lothidus making conscious decisions in his footwork to like give Infamy that room to switch.
Yeah,
Which
it
I
feels
felt
like
like that's what was lacking
Oh
on the
man,
left side.
Infamy was the only one that was completely calm.
yeah, Infamy has a great mental. Sorry to cut you off, Sal, but just going on a small tangent here. Infamy, from what I've noticed, in those matches leading up to the EX game, where the switches and the fights were a bit more dynamic and less dual oriented, he was a very dominant force because that's the environment. He'd probably do really well in the main team, is what I'm sort of implying. And he has a cool head, and he's always looking for the switch opportunities, always looking to help his teammates.
True. Also, I mean, sadly he got his main weapon banned the whole tournament, but it is what it is.
So when are we gonna see you move to Sydney and play on 16 ping?
Bro.
When's that gonna happen?
Yeah,
Let's
I'll
get an
go- I'll-
apartment.
I'll-
Let's get an
I'll
apartment
go
together.
live at
Sol.
the opera, man. Surely
Move
the
into-
servers right there.
Yeah, move
Yeah,
into the
I was
Sydney Opera
completely,
House.
I was completely powerless at one point against that XZ. Like it's so goofy on my screen. I can't really deal with it. So
Well,
I think
do you
stepping out was
reckon-
a good decision.
Do you reckon, Sol, that it might have been a good idea for you to like swap over? I was saying at one point that maybe having you and Pobo against Fortis and Pingu might have been the play. I know that Fortis is a player that you don't. I think you said to me that you're not a fan of being matched up against him, but I felt like if we could see like inform like Pobo on the evening start against Pingu, he might be able to like, you know, I mean, outstam him and just outduel him because he's so strong.
Yeah, I think we tried that once. But kind of run out of. I mean, I had like a lot of ideas in the end, which some of them worked, some didn't. But yeah, maybe don't know that. Maybe also I don't know. I think the ban Pingu plan kind of worked, but maybe I should have been aware of the XZ since Backbox completely like fucking wiped us with it.
Yeah.
And it went super well when they didn't have it. So maybe I should have thought about it.
Taj
Get him
XZ
out of the
instead.
X. Yeah. Get him
That
out of
might
the
be the
XZ.
play.
Maybe next time, maybe who knows?
Yeah, well, Imp traditionally has been a really strong XE player. That's like
Yeah.
one of through all of Morehouse, that's been one of his strongest weapons, one of his scariest weapons as well. And when they're throwing like those riposte excels as well and shit, the problem with those is like you that's not really the situation where you can jump to like hit the to get force like a leg hit to force like the 3 hit to kill. It's more off of feints that you can do that. So that's and he's got really good swing minute, and those XLs are mostly coming from the ripostes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem with it.
Yeah.
Those frame
Right.
perfect excels on the XE.
Yeah, they're super goofy. The X is an all-around goofy weapon.
Goofy weapon. You know, I personally, but this is the thing. This is the difference between like a fucking a Sydney player with low ping compared to
Yeah, I guess it's
a New
fine
Caledonia.
for
Yeah.
better.
I personally don't mind versing like the XE. I don't think it's like it doesn't feel particularly busted to me, especially after those nerfs that they did. But man,
Yeah.
I can't imagine what it's like on your ping though. It just must be a different experience.
I mean, kind of, yeah. But I mean, him playing on my ping as well, it didn't really. I mean, no one played XZ, I think.
Wait, what is your ping solved?
Like 45, 50. Like you, I think.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about Imp as well that people forget. Like, he's a pretty high ping player and always has been. He's from New Zealand.
Yeah.
It's it kind of puts more like stock in him as a player. I feel that he's that cracked
Yeah.
and potent with that ping.
I need to buy one of his ultra wide that him and Pingu play on. Maybe. Maybe you see like. Yeah,
He's
they
in
both
game
play
on
on
ultra wide, does he?
Yeah.
Oh,
for
he
sure.
does. Does it actually let you see more around you?
Yeah, it's the 21 9 resolution, I think.
Oh, that's interesting.
Not sure. I know Pingu does. for sure. That 100%. I mean, you told me.
That's
Leaked.
interesting.
Told me
Might have-
when we were killing the Gex on No Man's Skies. I
I
remember.
might have to make some investments after this tournament.
You buying
Hey,
two, Bob?
I just might. I don't think you should invest for Moda. Bro.
No, not for more now. Not for more now. Just
Maybe you
rely on my
invest for,
instincts.
Yeah, man. I mean, you don't need it.
Oh,
You see behind you. You don't need the screen.
yeah, I just got the
You already
instincts. I just know when they're
Yeah,
buying.
you just know, bro.
Fuck, what a tournament,
Yeah.
eh, boys?
Yeah, good shit.
Awesome.
Excited for the draft though. Like, I'm
Hell
more of a,
yes. So keen for the draft.
more of a draft player person. You know?
Fair enough. They do a lot of those in EU when you were there.
Yeah, it was a lot of draft. Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had
Solved.
that
I'm
yet.
gonna be cheap on the draft, Tony.
Oh hell yeah, bro.
God, man, Fez
I'm
is
at the
good
bottom of the
pickup.
tier list.
I don't know,
Let's
bro.
go.
You know,
Bottom of Solved tier
they
list.
show you're on third place there, so they know now. They know your real price, so maybe gonna bump the.
Your
Gonna
stock
get
has to
the
go up.
good price. Yeah.
There's a stock.
You know, but
has to
you
go
know,
up.
in EU, like some people are being put like super high tier, but they like go for low because people just know who's good or not.
Sure.
But there's always that one or two players, like little picks that surprise the tournament. Like especially like I mean, in EU was like Poor Picks or some guy. You just went for like fucking 8 points. No one wanted him, then he just won the tournament. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think it's with Scalagrad.
Yeah,
Scalagrad
that's where
Tony.
the draft tournament's having.
But yeah, probably not any crown rewards, by the way, since the last EU draft fiasco on draft, like rewards. Like some people just complain.
I wouldn't.
even know, like-
I wouldn't really be. I personally, I don't think I'd be in favor of crowns
Nah.
for draft tournaments. I don't think it competitively really makes sense.
Yeah,
But not to say I'm not excited for it though.
yeah. I don't know, it's a good format. Oh, also 4v4 was pretty good. I like it.
Yeah, that was. Hey,
Good format.
all of yous out there who like the 4v4, that was my idea. Take credit for that.
Yeah, 4v4
Take a
is
bow,
a lot.
Bobo.
It's a lot
What
better
the
than.
fuck, man? I also said that in the when we were in VC.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, you
hold on.
agreed with me. You agreed
I
with me.
piggybacked off your idea too,
Oh, here we
Bobo.
go.
Come on, shout me out. Come on, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
shout out to the boys. But I'm just
Shout out
saying,
to my
I was the first to postulate to Zav, the tournament host, because it's just I think it's strange that it's, to be honest, that 4v4 like has just always been, it's always 3v3 or 5v5. I don't really know why. It's just people like odd numbers or something.
Actually, speaking of special showers, thank you to Solve for making the North Shore map.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah, Flash
100.
Button
North
team. I'm
Shore.
glad you put the effort into it, especially the
Yeah, it took
more
me
colored
such a
version.
long time. Like, oh,
I
actually, the actual one, the
Mm.
good looking one.
I
No.
really like the map so much, even that I wouldn't mind if we kind of shifted, like the tradition in over here in OC to make it more of a staple, because we've been playing on the Steedy maps for so long. I really like the layout of
It was interesting.
the Solve map, because the North Shore map, because it's like it doesn't have too much obstacles really in the way to to mess up gameplay, but it has those doorways do provide like interesting like cover to for engagements that just sort of transpire in different like wild ways.
Mm.
I thought added a lot. I think it's like maybe my favorite flat map now.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's not
Wait, the
completely-
reward for second place is $300, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm donating $100 to myself.
Good man.
Yeah, good
Let's
shit, man.
go. You earned it,
Yeah.
brother. You earned it. You played really well. It was a
Thank
good.
you.
Nah,
Soon,
sounds
soon,
alright.
as soon as
Sponsor,
Sold
definitely.
subbed you in, soon as Sold subbed in Splinter, that's when BC took that map. If I'm not
Nothing
It's
mistaken.
like
unfortunate
earning
for
your
the
hard-earned
first
cash
game.
back.
It's
You came
unfortunate.
out strong, that's for sure.
Came
It's
out strong.
unfortunate for the first game. It was really close.
Oh yeah,
Like,
Fortis's ping started to trip me up a bit. There was a situation before he got subbed out where we went in and then he fainted me, but it was a grunt feint. So
Oh, that's the
it really
worst.
tripped me up.
Credit
But,
to the refs though. They acted on it pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was good
Gary,
action.
Good action.
BSC Gary. You know it.
Yes.
BSC
Yes.
Gary.
Hey
Summon.
Gary.
Hey.
Yeah, just a special thanks to Gary for head reffing all the tournament, doing I think a pretty good job keeping things humorous, lighthearted,
Yeah.
showing up, just being on time.
He
Definitely
did a great
very
job.
important role.
Great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. First time in the head referee position, so first all around it seems
Ah, you
for the
smashed it.
BSC team.
We made the
Props
right
to
call there.
BSCB for going
100%.
that far.
At the end of the day, I feel like the general ethos of the community has been that this is been the best tournament that we've
That
had
was a
in the
good one.
region.
Hell yeah.
It was run really well. The new rule set was great. It was reffed well. It ran really on time. It was clean,
Aside,
like with
yeah,
the 4 days.
aside from the little server issues,
Just trolled challenge.
Yeah, little server
so-
issues.
Little server issues, but man, we've
the
had
weird
so
issues. I've never seen this.
Yeah,
Like
they were a
each
bit
one, just
strange.
no one. Like, what the fuck?
Well, it wasn't
dispersed.
issues like SG Cup issues, thankfully.
No.
Yeah.
We've dealt with
I
way
remember.
worse. We've dealt
not
with way
4
worse.
weeks delayed
I've just seen
issues.
the challenge Lothinus. He submitted the thing over awards to Jax, and I jokingly said, "Oh, that's not Snow's playfab," and gave him another playfab, and he submitted it. That playfab is mine.
Sponsor crown.
What the hell, man?
I'm not complaining.
I'm officially not the dirtiest crown grabber in OCE anymore.
Yeah,
Sponsor's taken over.
I've taken
Fuck, I've been
Snow's crown
outplayed.
hostage.
No one crowned. No
the
one. claimed
moderator
to fame.
privilege on display.
Yeah,
Moderator
disgusting.
crown, man. Check my head.
White moderator privilege.
No complaints here.
Well, that was a damn good tournament. We've had a lot of lots of people come into the call, give their opinions,
Sure,
talk
man.
about the matches. I wouldn't mind having some more like players from other teams, maybe having more backlogs, or even the teams that didn't even make it to the top 4. If anyone's in
Mano in it.
chat, yeah.
Oh, by the way, congrats to Snow for getting the Night Owl crown.
Yeah, I'd love to have
Uh,
some interviews with like some of the players like Ben Rubik's team, Stragglers,
Yep.
just anyone we can get in.
Any players want an interview? Just type it in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, just
we'll
drop
drag
it in
you
the chat and then I'll bring you in.
Hey. Hey, man.
Any gamers in chat?
Any gamers in the chat?
Gamers.
Gamers?
Give it a minute. If no one puts their
Yo.
hands up, then I think we'll just wrap it up.
Greg Mano.
Yo, give me the cash. I gotta buy that Minecraft server.
I
We
know.
have
Welcome.
Mano.
Hey,
Oh,
mate,
Mano.
What's
Any
your
words?
analysis, Mano, on the match?
analysis. What, like my game? The finals.
The
Either
finals.
or.
The finals.
The finals. Oh, that was pretty hype, man. Seeing Imperials and pop off.
Hell yeah.
Big
Yeah.
1v2 coming out.
As
Yeah.
they say in Fruit Glue, Mano's boyfriend.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
renowned boyfriend. Best
Whoa.
friends, actually. Renowned best friends.
First hand.
It was actually pretty crazy though, seeing like sort of Imp popping off more than Cheeky. Normally it's like the other way around. Pretty like cool to see.
Oh yeah.
Imp
Thought we
taking
saw-
his stand back.
I thought we saw a really
Yeah.
standout performance from Loftus and Infamy though. I was really impressed with them in this tournament, at least especially today. Maybe not the finals as much, but
Yeah, I
very
mean
solid.
they're both solid players.
Hopefully he's got the
Pretty-
right idea. He's got the right idea with the switches.
It was pretty interesting though seeing Feasaw 20 like still playing after his Maw getting banned.
Yeah, the weapon.
Because like he's pretty crazy on the Maw, but I've not really seen him like on many other weapons.
The dude's still cracked on the Evening Star, man.
Yeah.
He's really good.
He must have
He's
been
good player.
practicing it. Because I've
Yeah.
only seen him on the Maw, really.
I haven't seen that, like, it's all saying so. I haven't seen like Infamy like much. I know like where he's been sneaking in like the practice, but then again, I'm not super active. But just leading up to this tournament, I never really caught him in the VCs or the servers, but he must have been playing. 'Cause
just think
he was in
he's-
form.
He's one of those players you can never say is washed at the game. I don't think there's ever been a point in time where I can think of like, oh, Infamy is an easy target. You know, it just doesn't matter how much the man plays or plays not. He just really maintains that same level of like strong performance.
I wish I could say the same for myself, but some players just don't need many hours in the game to stay good. Mano's one of them as well. Mano like was, well, Mano's team didn't really. I don't think they had that much like they didn't have that many hours, especially together as a squad coming into it. And Mano
Yeah.
hadn't played in the last 2v2, and he still came in and like MVP'd for his team and played like really godly in some of their matches. Props to my son there.
I just
Cracked
hope
low hours.
I just hope one of them got a clip of when we banned the 2 shields, and I want reaction, like a voice chat from
Voice
Pingu.
chat. Well, Cheeky said in the booth that Pingu was not happy about that.
I
It was a
think
big moment.
I
Still
think
played well.
Pingu
Yeah.
might have thought previously that you couldn't ban both. I think that was Pingu's impression that he got told from an EX member, but
Nah, he knew,
Oh,
man.
no.
He knew. He knew, man. He knew I was
That'd be
gonna do that.
strange. That'd be strange. I don't know where the idea would have came from though, because if you can ban like one shield, why wouldn't you be able to ban the other?
I don't know. That's just what I heard. But
Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate if he got.
There was a
added.
previous tournament in the SPR 2v2. You could not ban both types of shields.
Oh, okay. This
Yeah.
isn't an SPQR tournament, unfortunately.
big shout
Yes, no,
out.
that rule did not exist.
Yeah.
It's not
Gotta,
enforced as such.
gotta say, big shout out to my teammates for actually trying like something new in the scene, new meta of playing the game.
Yeah,
Right
for
up.
sure. It's mostly one of the most exciting teams to watch, if not the. I feel like Backbox and their run in this tournament. I'm
Yeah,
like,
Well,
one
on
of
to
the
the
best dark horses.
Scalagrad tournament then.
Yeah.
Onward.
I actually had quite a bit of fun in the tournament, even though coming third place, still fun just playing the game in a different way.
Yeah, I had a
Oh,
fucking
awesome.
standout time with all the weapon bans, all the crazy matchups. I think that was oof.
We're gonna make this stand. We're gonna make this rule book the standard for this
True.
scene. I feel.
And like the new
Too good, come
Spearsy
on.
rulebook, if you ever seen that one, he had was a
Yes.
rulebook formula, and this is a good basis for tournaments going forward.
I think the timeout system that we drafted as well, like was really smooth as well.
I
went
just-
quite
Yeah, it
well.
was very easy to implement from a referee standpoint. There was some simplifications which worked really well, especially with throwing rules, that kind of thing, throwing weapons.
Yeah.
The timeout system was really nicely done. Maps were very clear, concise, at least once we had a hiccup ironed out. But that wasn't a rulebook issue. So the rulebook is very nice. I'm glad to see the Schlock clause is still implemented, and I hope to see it in all future tournaments henceforth. And same with the rest of the rulebook. It's an absolute gold standard.
Keen.
Absolute gold standard. Let's go.
All
A
right.
ref seal of approval.
Well, we
Well,
are
I'm good.
bleeding viewers. Does anyone have any final thoughts before I take it away?
Oh, I mean, shout
Good
out
job.
to JB. That's about it, really.
Man,
Shout
like,
out
man,
JB.
man, like, what the heck?
Soul making his exit.
Wake up, sheeple. George
Stop.
Bush.
I'd like to see more unique play styles from teams. I think that would be really cool and
Yeah.
diverse.
Keep it fresh. Don't let it
Keep it
get
fresh.
stale.
Well, I would like, if I would give a shout out, I'd like to give a shout out to all the players, the team captains, the people who put through teams, the new players. I saw a lot of more interesting matchups in this tournament than anyone previously. And I know, just both in the casting and playing, it was a good time. It was a fun
Wanna
tournament.
Give a shout out to Wabi. You know, he's not here right now, but he's here in spirit.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll live on. He probably won't be in the next coming tournaments due to his ban. But
Wabi is very unhappy about that.
Shout out to Schmilov as well.
Yeah.
Big
Yeah, it's
MVP of the
Schmilov.
day.
Yeah, MVP.
A shout out to the EU players, EU, I guess, tournament hosts. And they're just giving their input, coming and talking about the tournament diversity. I really appreciate their help as well.
Yep.
Big
Great
shout out
tournament.
to Feast 20, MVP of the grand final.
no weapon.
PSC.
All right. Any final shout outs?
Yeah,
I think
we got all of our system.
All
Shout
levels.
out to
System.
Mano.
I want to
Thanks,
give a
JB.
shout out to
Shout out-
Donkey Cheese.
Yeah, Ducky especially helps.
Shout
us
out
out a
love
lot.
him.
100%.
Shout out to Ash.
Shout out to
That's about it,
BM.
really.
Shout out BM,
Shout
my
out to
boys.
AE Eckle.
I give a shout out to Supercharge.
That's the most obscure one so
I
far.
think the biggest shout out today is Clown. Clown's really
Clown.
big personality.
Love you, big man, Clown.
All right.
Big
With
shout
that,
out.
we're gonna take it away. See you guys.
See you.
See
See
you.
you.
Lovely group of guys. Holy, what a couple of days. What a 2-weekend event. It's been absolutely beautiful. EX on top, proving that they are the Titans of the region, still holding on to the crowns, and some new crowns coming out of it. Hopefully, we'll see. Tritonian obviously has the final say there. Thank you everyone so much, all the organizers. I'm not sure if it comes across to the viewers, but a massive amount of work has been gone into this behind the scenes. Huge shout out to Zav, obviously, for being the main sponsor for the $750 first prize. Noodleman and Splinter sponsoring the second prize. Liger for supplying us with servers to play the event out on. Has been absolutely awesome. Lumpy for taking care of the server, updating our mods, setting the server parameters and all of that. All of the casters: Bobo, Fez, Lothidus, Sheller, Solved, Feladay, Rude to Stare, Studio, Peakus. If there's anyone I missed out, I'm so sorry. Gary and all the refs. Gary, head ref, assistant refs chosen, Ducky, Valfrax. Who else? Have I missed anyone? I'm gonna feel awful if I've missed anyone. Oh, let me just have a look at the chat here. Have I missed anyone? Shout out to myself, Sheller fella, absolutely. Staying up late night talks, trying to bring this thing together, trying to get it good, just trying to bring together a beautiful event. I think it's worked out fantastically. Huge thank you to every single person involved. You guys have all done a beautiful job. It's been a fun few weekends. I'm your host, Reggie. See you later.